Hey, hey, hey. Sorry I'm late. I'm so sorry I'm late, but I let me pull this up. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me check. Before I start talking, let me check to see which mic I'm using. Yeah, no, that is definitely not the mic. All right. Drop a one if you can hear me. Drop a one if you can hear me well. I'm trying to keep the live stream today at least under under 3 hours. All right, you guys can hear me good because I am trying to figure out where is this DM. No, 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 no. I'm trying to figure out if I should tell y'all this DM. Well, I'm going to tell you the DM because obviously, but I was trying to figure out going back and forth as I was getting ready if I should talk about this DM. So you know that slow the chat. All right, vitamin. I will slow the chat. Um, how do I slow? Oh, I got it. Oh wait, no, I won't slow the chat yet. I will slow the chat. Let me go in there. If more than like 800 people are in here, then I will slow the chat. But um, if there's not a lot of people in here, it will be going kind of too slow, I think. Um, but I'll go in there just in case. I usually don't slow the chat right off bat or right off the top. I don't know how to say that. The reason I don't do that is because it feels very presumptuous. Like it feels like I am pretending like people are just gonna show up. So that's kind of why. Like I like surprising I like surprising myself and feeling excited and not expecting anyone. Like 100 people is fine, 200 is better, 300 is great. But after 300, I'm like, oh, we're doing well. Because I kind of just expect 300 people now, which is not great. All right. So that little live stream we did yesterday that got put on membership, it was great, loved it, amazing, whatever. But when you all came up, a lot of you were like saying thank you, TMS, and like really giving me props that I kind of don't deserve. So like, I mean, thank you, but I never really I never thought about it that way until I got a message, a DM today, actually, that said, and I kid you not, I'm trying to find the DM. It essentially said, it's fine. It essentially said that if Black women supported real men like they supported me, the Black community would be in a better state. Wait. Wait. Well, let me drink some of this. So, the men. So if Black women showed support for real men the way they show support for me, then the Black community would be in a better state. I didn't respond, but my response, because I know you're watching, sir, is do you see the environment I create? If Black women feel comfortable over here giving support to a fruitcake, maybe you should rethink the way you approach women if you want their support. Because in your mind, you don't think I'm doing anything for women to be supporting me the way they do, right? So if you don't believe I'm doing something for them to support, you think I'm doing the bare minimum, which fine, fine, that's great. You probably should step it up. Y'all can't have the cake out competing y'all, right? Like that's not cute. Like that's not cute. So just step. What Nicki Minaj said, step your cookie up. Yeah. So to my Discord, you all were right. I understand now that people are upset. I didn't believe it initially, but that that comment, that not comment, but that message is enough for me to now accept it. All right. So from that, let's get into some more mess. The other day, I talked about marriage on the podcast, and I did not realize that people were super sensitive about marriage. And I hadn't watched Sinji's response to Derek Jackson's wife speaking up, Danae speaking out. I didn't, I hadn't seen Sinji's live, right? So when I'm giving my like mild sort of caution when it comes to marriage and like not waving it in people's face and talking about married single mothers and divorced single mothers, um, I did not know that a lot of people who were triggered were coming off of being dragged by Sinji. So I promise I hadn't watched Sinji's video yet. So I didn't know that you guys, your wounds were fresh from coming off of Sinji's live, being dragged about marriage. So when you came onto this one, and I am talking in a way that didn't seem like I was helping you and uplifting marriage, I think I understand the pushback. I get the pushback, right? However, please take me in a vacuum and don't add me to other like content creator because Sinji dragged y'all, and I didn't think I was not dragging anyone. I literally was not dragging anyone. I am for my marriage. If I've never said this, I am very pro marriage. I am pro good marriage. I am pro good partnerships. Even if no, those trash marriages need to be dragged. No, 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 absolutely not. See, Sinji said that, not me. Right. So Sinji dragged y'all and y'all's marriages that were not good. Right. I was only putting out a broad sort of caution. And people are in my DMs, people are in the comments. I'm going to show a comment right now that I'm going to respond to, and I'm going to try to be delicate because I understand that marriage is a sore topic for a lot of people, a lot of women. What I won't say is I am not the content creator that say unsubscribe from me. No, I'm the person who says leave and come back. Like if I'm talking about something that is triggering for you, I think it is okay to step away and then come back. You don't have to unsubscribe, you don't have to agree, and you shouldn't always agree with like content with anyone, particularly when it comes to content creators that we don't know, right? Personally. So I think part of what I hope to do on here is say things and you all go do research and come back and challenge me. I don't want my words to be taken as gospel. I don't know anything. If that's what you need to believe, I will say now, I don't know anything. Take that and make sure whatever I say, you investigate. Do not take my word as gospel. Okay, now let's get into this foolishness because absolutely not. So, this comment, and this is not a drag. I respect everyone and their opinions. I'm going to go back to like reacting to comments in the beginning of my live streams because I've stopped doing that. So, I'm going to do it again. So, this comment says, honestly, I don't really care how someone feels about marriage, but I'm tired of this community pushing the idea of a married single mother. Just say you support having children out of wedlock and put a period at the end of that sentence. The mental gymnastic, false equivalency, extrapolation of data, and cherry picking are getting out of hand. Now, I don't know what this person is talking about. I did not misrepresent any data. I did not say anything about what is more likely and less likely. I said none of that. All I am saying, actually, as I am talking, let's do it. Why is it a shame to be a single mother? Why do you believe it to be a bad thing to be a single mother? Let's ask that question first, right? So it is about resources and who is taking care of the child and whether the person taking care of the child has help from their partner, right? So take the idea of single motherhood out of it. If you are the only person taking care of the child, you are not in a better position than a woman who has not been married who has a child. I don't understand what's so difficult to understand about that. It is not a badge of honor. Actually, in my opinion, if you want my truthful opinion, it is absolutely disgusting and worse for you to be in a marriage and have to take care of the child on your own. That does not make sense to me. Like, it would probably be better if you were just a single mother then, because if you're a single mother taking care of a child, that much is understandable. The dad is a deadbeat, blah, blah, blah. But if the dad is there and y'all are married and you have to take care of the child on your own and maybe even take care of the man, that's even worse. Okay, that is out. When we talk about divorce, you are now on your own with a child. I don't know what you want. Here is a cookie for being married. Now you are still taking care of the child on your, like, I am so confused. Why is there even an argument? Why are we talking about this? The point at which you are taking care of the child on your own, I don't care what you want to call it. You're operating like a single mother, so I don't know what to tell you. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, why are y'all arguing for this? This is not the hill to die on. I promise you, this is not the hill to die on. Functionally, what we are talking about is having to foot it all on your own, emotionally, financially, and socially. If that is you, whether you're married or not, I do not care. I support you 100%. like I'm so confused. Like, why are you blah, 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 why you I am not opposed to marriage. You marry, go marry, be happy. Like, it is what it is. Love is love. Care for each other. I don't know. But I'm not about to sit up here and tell y'all marriage is the thing. Like, if you tell me your marriage, I will if you tell me your marriage is amazing and great and good, then I'm like, period. If you tell me I am married, I don't know what to do with that. Because when I see marriage, I'm going to ask, is it Derek Jackson and Danae Jackson type marriage? Is it a T.I. type marriage? Is it the Obama marriage where there were 10 years of hatred and dislike going, not hatred, but dislike? I don't know what kind of marriage it is. Unless you're telling me what kind of marriage it is, I have nothing to go by. You saying I am married means absolutely nothing to me today. When I was a child, it meant something to me. Now that I'm an adult and I understand that there are good marriages and bad marriages, there are good partnerships and bad partnerships, I don't know what you want me to do with the marriage thing. Please leave my comment section talking about marriage, because I'm not against marriage, but I don't understand why content creators seem like they are dragging one thing. It's because when people are passionate about that one thing, they keep coming back and they keep coming back and they keep coming back. And the thing I'm not about to do is acquiesce to some foolishness. Again, I will let this channel die before I become some sort of panderer. I am not about to do that. So if you don't like what I'm saying, I understand it. For your mental health, you step aside and then you come back when you're ready. I will never tell anyone to unsubscribe because I actually like you being here. I want diversity of opinion, but please don't expect me to acquiesce to your whim. I'm not about to do that. So if that's what you thought this was, it's not. It's not. All right. Let me read these super chats. Cynthia G said, I did a whole live stream on marriage with the data and stats. They don't like the truth. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing though. Like, it feels like, you know what? Let me stop. Let me stop. Because I'm not making this a drag. I don't. I, if you're married and you're happy, I am happy for you. I am. But don't come here and tell me you're happy and I don't react. And you were like, oh my God, why aren't you happy for me? Girl, I'm not happy for you because I don't know what kind of marriage you have. If you tell me, oh, I'm in a happy, loving, caring relationship, married or not, period. I would prefer, and this is me being honest. I would prefer for you to have a partnership where a child is involved, even if you and the man aren't together, where he is contributing to the child's development financially, emotionally, and all of that, rather than being in a marriage with a man who is not contributing anything. Like, what do you mean? Like I feel like this is so obvious. Like just having a marriage, like this idea that oh the stats say marriage is better for the child. No, there are certain kinds of marriage that are toxic and they're not good for anyone involved, including the child. We're going to get to marriages in a moment and people tell you to stay in all kinds of marriages, but please note that I am not the one, the two, or the three. I'm probably going to say this multiple more times here. You can play in the playground, you can play on Twitch, but please don't play in my face. The one place you should not be playing is in my face. Like, please leave my. The fact that I get 10 and 20 messages and the comment section is filled with people just going off talking about why are you opposed to. I'm not opposed to marriages. I've said this many times. I want you to be married in good relationships, not just a marriage. Antoinette has been a member for a month. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Sinji. There was another one. It's ironic. The community that's the least marriage minded gets so butthurt about marriage. Like it's just weird. It's just weird. Like people. Oh my god. I've missed. Thank you. I've missed these hats and scales. Please drop a hat or a scale in the chat so I can remember my. I'm gonna leave these comments alone. I'm going to leave these comments alone and we're going to move on. So, can we all just agree to disagree? When I open the panel up, you can come up here if you want to defend marriages, but please push back against what I actually said. Don't push back against what you thought I said. Don't push back against what you think I mean. Don't push back against what you think I actually wanted to say. Push back against what I said, please. Because I'm not about to respond if you say something that I didn't say. I don't know how to defend that. Whew. All right, let me read the super chat. Getting lucky in Kentucky said, marriage is good when it's good. If it's not serving you, then leave. This will be my third marriage, and if it changes, I'm not happy, I'm out. Cynthia G says they want to be married just so they can say they have a husband and try to flex on single women. Like even watching Danae's interview, which by the way I'm not gonna react to because like I can't react to it without being really sad for her. Like I'm actually quite sad for her. But she was like, this man has been cheating on you all the way up till the marriage. The interviewer says, when you got married, were you happy? And she was like, I was so excited. I was happy. I was in bliss. And I'm sitting there like, why? Why though? He cheated on you all the way up until the marriage. He cheated on you during the marriage. Like, period. Like, period. I don't know what to tell you. These women want credit for their achievement, their active husbandship. Here's a cookie because I can. Like, I'm not about to do that with no, no. SS just became a member on a Discord member. Let me drag the Discord real quick because my Discord has been out of control. So let me drag. Welcome, by the way, SS. Let me drag the Discord. We will be updating it for the new people who came in. I will be adding you all this weekend. But let me drag the Discord real quick because y'all the women in the Discord are also trying to play in my face. That much is true. The women in the Discord are trying to play in my face. Let me read this first, and then we'll go into dragging the entire Discord in a moment. even the so-called good marriages go through a period where both parties hate each other. Tequila has been a member for 9 months. Thank you so much. All right. So this Discord, right? How do I put this in a way that's comfortable for I am not gonna make them comfortable. Let me drag the Discord. So every day after the live stream, not every day, most times, for every day this week, except one day, I've been having like calls with the Discord and we just come in there. It's almost like a clubhouse kind of setting. And we're in there talking. And every day these women try to drag me. Every single day we're in there, not really, but they're like talking about this. They were like, we're talking about race and biracial identity and immigration versus ADOS. We're even talking about the existence of God and religion and morality. And they're going in. By the way, these are some really smart people. I do actually appreciate talking to them. And every day, even like meta ethics, they're talking about meta ethics and all the foolishness, right? So I am sitting there and I'm like, okay, every single week this happens. Like, since I started talking on the Discord, it never fails. They're like, we want to come up and we want to debate and we want to have a live stream where we drag you and blah, blah, blah. And they have all this mouth. Every single Friday, I am like, hey guys, I'm going to create a segment where you all come up and we can discuss what we discuss in the Discord and we can have a debate, myself against you all, because you all have so many problems with what I have to do so much. Every single time. Yeah, we don't feel it. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. It's so much. The chat is gonna drag us. So all I'm gonna do every time I'm in the Discord, I'm just gonna call Cap. Not me saying Cap as if that's part of my vocabulary. I'm just gonna call Cap because all y'all are doing are lying. They're gangsters. Like they are gangsters behind a wall on the Discord where no one can rewatch what they have to say. They will go off. They're giving me essays and dissertation, and they're defending their dissertation. And then I say, okay, show up on the live stream where it's being recorded and we have an audience, and let's go. Let's debate this. Suddenly, no one knows how a computer works. No one knows how to speak. Forget these dissertation. They're not about to defend it. So absolutely not. All these people on the Discords are they're frail and they're not about to show up. So I'm calling y'all out. And that's just that on that. I will continue to debate you until 2 a.m. But note that you're getting dragged as you should. Right now, they're in the Discord, like putting all kinds of memes. Yes, you're getting dragged. Discord gangsters. Yeah, where is this? These people are just literally Discord gangsters. Here you go. Yep. Oh, they definitely love coming in there and ganging up together and pretending like they're so bold and bad. And then it's time for them to show up, and none of them. Everyone's like, yeah, no, no. Can the camera be off? No, no. Like, and I'm done. Let me stop. These are actually my biggest supporters. I can't be. Wait, wait, I can't. These are actually my biggest supporters. Wait, let me. All right, let me read these super chats. I played too much. I'm dead serious, by the way. I mean everything that I say. And even if I go in the Discord tonight and after they're dragging me, I have to end up apologize for hurting their feelings. Know that in this moment right now, I mean every single word that I say. Whatever I say to them in the Discord, it's a lie. So that's that on that. There's a little male dust. All right. Thank you, SS. Welcome to the membership. Giggles. Oh, by the way, 2Ls, I am so sorry, but everyone knows you because of how many super chats you send in. So I'm going to put you on blast. 2Ls is literally in most of the calls. she's usually on my side. So there's not much to drag her on specifically, but she's always in those calls, and she's really really smart, and she does not show up on the on my live stream. Why? Why are you never on my live stream? Please tell me that. Without, instead of all the super chats, why don't you show up on the live stream and talk? Let the people know that. Send a super chat explaining that to Els. Period. All right. Even the so-called good marriages. Oh, I read this. Thank you, Giggles. Mistress Monica has been a member for 14 months. Thank you. No, it's actually cold where I am. I'm very annoyed. The weather is going to get me sick. I walked out of the house today to go to the gym, and it was cold. I was like, wait, why is it cold? What? I don't understand what's happening. So, yeah. Chica, welcome to the membership. Um, I haven't joined the Discord because I know I would be tussling with the Chris Brown apologists and the marriage girlies. Look, there have been people who have unsubscribed from my channel because of this Discord, by the way. Oh, this is not a promo of the Discord. Let me just be clear. It is unfiltered, and a lot of people get upset and have to leave off of the Discord because I think people don't believe that who I am on the live stream is who I am in real life. And so when we're calling on the Discord and it gets heated, they're very surprised that I am who I am, even on the Discord. So I don't know how to explain that, but there have been a lot of people who have divested from my channel because of the Discord. It is actually a mess. So if you want your sanity, please just stay on this part of YouTube and don't go into that community in the Discord, because while we are a family in there, a lot of people have left the family because of it. So, yeah. There was no Chris Brown apologist in the Discord. Themis said, pull up, period. Pull up. Jessica Perry, welcome to the membership. Kiki the slander. You'll be hearing from my lawyer Themis. Period. Thank you. Can you drop the link to the Discord, because I think I'm still on the old one where there is not much activity. I didn't delete the old one. I probably should delete the old one. Oh, someone said surviving Themis Discord. I will this weekend. I will update how to join the Discord in the membership tab. So please look out for that. I would not be surprised if there are videos attacking me about this Discord. To be clear, I am exactly who I am on this live stream in the Discord. So I don't know why anyone would be surprised, but period. Thank you all. The show hasn't even started. Those were preliminary matters. All right. Welcome, everyone. This is Memorial Day weekend, right? Happy Friday. I hope you guys have your coffee, water, or tea, maybe something stronger as you get ready to go out. I will try to keep this at least within the 3-hour time. I thought it was just me, Themis. This cold is getting on my nerves. Like, it's almost July, right? And I'm Jamaican, so like this is not the move. The Felicia 82, welcome to the membership. Okay, let me check this Discord. I might have to turn off my Discord tonight. I'm not gonna call them. I'm not gonna get in because yeah, no, this is bad. I'm not going in. I'm not calling them tonight. I do not want to get dragged. All right, let's start the show. Sorry. All right. First and foremost, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. there's a couple of preliminary topics that I want to get in. Um, and I want to figure out how to do this. Not yet talking about hydration. um, so first I want to start with Ari Lennox. So I saw this on the Shade Room, and Ari Lennox was dragging Oprah and and Gail King. I don't know why, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to play Ari Lennox dragging them, and I'm going to talk a little bit about something that I want to know. And this is for all the men listening, and also, y'all are dragging me in the Discord. um, this is I have a question for the men's and also the women in the chat. I have a question. So when I open the panel, please be ready to answer one question, but I'm gonna play this a little bit and then we'll talk.
And fuck, bruh. Y'all are some self-hating pieces of shit. If I have never seen a coon more fucking than goddamn kale, kale and okra. I'm over y'all. I don't give a fuck what you are, how much you fuck. You're tearing down the legacies of so many phenomenal, beautiful black men, and I don't fuck for it. I don't fuck for it. I'm sick. I'm disgusted. You don't care about black people. Okra, I knew you wasn't when the kids was trying to take a picture with you and she was like, oh.
All right. Now, since I was a child, I've been hearing this rhetoric about Oprah, specifically Oprah. Gail coming in now is weird. Okra and kale is actually quite funny to me, but I've been hearing that Oprah does not like black men, and Oprah's existence, essentially in the way that she exists, is damaging to black men. For any woman in the chat or man who are here who knows what this is about, when I drop the link, I will forget this question because I kind of don't care. But if you remember this question, please come up and let me know what Oprah did to black men. And I'm not being facetious. I literally have like no clue. Now, she issued an apology. I'm not about to read that. She issued an apology. I just want to know, because this happened before, at least for Oprah, this happened before she did Surviving Neverland or something about Michael Jackson. I didn't watch it, but before this, people have been talking about Oprah is terrible for black men. I would like for people to come up and explain what they mean by that. All right. So that out of the way, no, I'm not done. We have to talk a little bit about the adultification of black girls again. The reason I wanted to bring this up again, and you guys know this was done in Georgetown, right? Like there was a really large scale research done about black women and black girls. Let me pull up the summary for you all quickly. It says, again, Georgetown University Law Center, and it found that adults believe black girls ages 15 through 19 need less nurturing, protection, support, and comfort than white girls of the same age, and that black girls are more independent, know more about adult topics, and know more about sex than white girls. And the findings, I'm going to zoom in on one specific finding about sympathy, right? This right here. It says adults have less sympathy for black girls than their white peers. Now, we've all sort of went through this. If you were on the channel a while ago, we've gone through this study in depth before. We use the Hunger Games trilogy. It was in a trilogy books to talk about how Rue was supposed to be a black girl, but white people were upset when it came out that she was black, and the hoopla over it about whether or not people can identify with her innocence because she was black, but she was actually biracial, which another story in and of itself. Anywho, I'm going to play something that was done, I think in New York, don't quote me on that. It was a test, and they had a young black girl, a little black girl, probably 8 or 9 at most, out in the street by herself, and everyone sort of passed her. No one stopped. And when they put a white girl there, the same age, everyone were stopping and calling the police and trying to figure out where she needs to be. And it's just, it is a reminder that we have not gone over the hump of sort of the adultification of black girls, and the lack of empathy, I believe, comes from the inability to see young black girls as young black girls needing love and protection in the same way we allocate love and protection to other groups of young girls. So I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it without sound. It was really hard to watch, and so I do apologize for showing this, but I have to. So here we go. See, no one, absolutely no one is stopping. This is the little girl everyone is passing. Now they put a young white girl there, and literally everyone is like stopping to find out what happened. Are you okay? Do we need to call the police? Like, I, sorry. This is a reminder. First and foremost, if you see a young black girl out there on her own, please stop by and try to help. Someone said possible trigger warning. Trigger warning. Definitely not even possible, just trigger warning. It is important that we understand the cultural climate under which we live. That is indeed tremendously heartbreaking to watch, but it's also necessary. I think oftentimes we forget about racism and how it operates, and specifically how it can affect young people. And I don't want us to ever forget that there are young people out there who need you, and need me and need us. So I think it's important. I apologize. I should have said trigger warning in the beginning. But the more we talk and the more we get in depth about adultification, Black girls routinely experience adultification bias. Adultification is linked to harsher treatment and higher standard for Black girls in school, but also out in the real world. There are really negative stereotypes about Black girl around anger, aggression, hypersexualization. All of this is projected onto Black girls, and it's important that as we start to have meaningful conversations online, we are hopefully also deconstructing these ideas because they can become self-fulfilling prophecy. If you leave a young girl by herself because she should be able to take care of herself, she's going to have to toughen up in ways that might be inappropriate for a child her age. And we lose a lot of innocence in projecting these ideas around aggression, hypersexualization, anger onto Black girls. And adults tend to change Black girls' behavior to be more passive because if they object in the same ways that other groups of girls object, they are pushed back, and the pushback tends to be, there is pushback, and these pushback tends to be really, really harsh. This again is all, I'm going to put the article in the chat. Let me click on that. Please, if you have the time, you can read it, investigate, because I think it's important that we know these things. I'm going to go through some more because, well, The factors contributing to adultification include, but is not limited to, racism, sexism, and poverty. And not even poverty, real poverty, but like this idea around stereotypes and who is impoverished and therefore who has worth. And I think that is important because class, unless you can exemplify your class in your physical presentation, does not save you unless you're in the bubble where you are known to be from a group with money, and a parent and a family that has resources. And it should not be that way. And the idea that adults have less empathy for Black girls is also exemplified in the conversation about Rue being Black and when she was supposed to be unalived in the movie, whether or not that is going to strike the hearts of the viewers because she's Black, right? That says something about our culture and the way that we view Blackness and Black womanhood, Black girlhood, and their ability to be empathized with. There's a lot. I'm gonna prevent myself from continuing down this road because we could go on it forever. So I am going to move on. Kendra sent a super chat and said, "Child, this is cause Oprah called out the disrespect in hip hop from Black men since the '90s. She shut women. She put women first and doesn't shield their BS." Yeah, I want to know what they're talking about because now everyone is complaining about hip hop culture. So maybe she was just ahead of her time. All right. Now let's get to a sort of refresher. So, have you guys watched Love is Blind? I am not doing a recap, by the way. This is not a recap of Love is Blind. There is this guy on there named Marshall, and I'm sick and tired of this post that he did. Um, he made a post and I'm very annoyed by it, not because he made the post because he's going to do what he's going to do, but he made the post and people are commenting under it and passing it around and pretending like it's a beautiful, amazing post. I beg to differ. So let's read what he says about Tiffany. Now, if you haven't watched Love is Blind, it's fine. Marshall was in his little cube or whatever, and he gave up being with Tiffany to another Black guy because he just didn't want to compete for her, and he was like, "Oh, you have a better match." But I believe something different, so we're going to drag him. I'm not going to drag him. I'm just going to read his comment and then explain why I find him horrendous. It's not a drag. So he goes, "Tiff, that's the Black lady here with him. You present you were presented with a pretty unique set of challenges in the pods and you persevered. Just like I said you would. You deserve more credit for being an incredibly strong." I can't. This is a problem, by the way. You you deserve more credit for being an incredibly strong Black woman who, against all odds, crafted an extraordinary love story that has and will continue to inspire so many of her, blah, blah, blah. Anywho, the strong, blah, blah. So a lot of women are like sending this to me, talking about how I need to talk about it because this is at least one good man is talking about how strong a Black woman is and finally some appreciation. I'm going to remind you of these tweets from him. Oh, I should have played the music. A group of sad Black girls that sit in a circle sharing their stories why men ain't ish. I'll tell you, Black females, why. You walked into a restaurant and what do you see? A white couple, a Hispanic couple, an Asian couple, and a group of Black girls. All right, let's continue. He goes, like legit Latina, 80 to 100% purebred. She was Latina too. I want a Latina girlfriend only so she could speak Spanish when we, yeah, lol. Latina girls know how to treat their dudes. Now, Call it a preference, call it what you want. I don't care. Latina girls know how to treat it. He then, so before I continue, you might say, Themis, this was a long time ago. A really, really long time ago. Why are you bringing this up? Well, my young fellow, he was on Love is Blind and he decided to choose his Latina. And he was like, you are the perfect girl for me. You are everything that I want. And I was confused because the woman was terrible. When I say she was a terrible person, she was a terrible person. She told him he needed to man up, that he was weak, useless, wannabe. Like, she went in on him on that show. And he just kept talking about how amazing she is, nothing she's done is amazing, how he wants her and this is beautiful and she is his perfect woman. And I'm sitting there confused because outside of her being Latina, which is what you've said you wanted, she seems extraordinarily incompatible with you. All right, so I don't know if I should play this. I feel like I shouldn't. I feel like I've explained it enough, but I actually want to play a part of this. All right, let me play it. It is what it is at this point. I'm gonna go. Not me about to get copyright strike. All right, let's do it together. And I'm not even going to talk about Kwame because absolutely not. I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, and I don't have the care. So this is what this is what happened.
I'm testing you right now. Is that not being aggressive?
I told him I wanted him to be more aggressive, like, boss up, switch it up. That way we don't be like that old grandpa. And then he's talking about, oh, what you said to me really seared into my brain, and I just can't get over that. I didn't even say it to where I was derogatory or I defamed you or anything. Bitch, you serious?
Now, listen to this when he decided to have some guts to talk back. And this is not funny, by the way. It's just sad. It's really sad. So let me play the next part.
I'm always kissing on you. I'm always rubbing on you. I'm always doing these things. What do you do for me? That is why I'm confused. You have done nothing to make me feel seduced or special or anything. Make me feel like something, Jackie.
I don't make you feel like nothing, so why the fuck are you still with me if I didn't make you feel like nothing?
Because I see you as a project and I saw potential.
I mean, they know how to treat men better, period. Period. And what about it? All right, well, that's that on that. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to remind you of that before I moved on. I have no comment on this further. If it works for you, it works for you. All right, your fave persuasion. Growing up in New York City, I've been heard black men say that, right? Marshall is the real preference of Myron from. Yeah, I mean, he's soft, sweet, and submissive, period. Feminine, fit, and friendly. Exactly. All right. So, we are actually now here for the actual show. That was still in the preliminary stages. There is this man, Modern Life Dating is his channel. They call him MLD. I don't know this man's real name. So there's a couple of things that I want to explain. First of all, I don't know why y'all are listening to these men. Even me, please, again, do not take my word for anything meaningful. Just like listen and then go do your own thing. If it's entertainment, it's entertainment. If it's something meaningful, go research it and then come back and debate me. But do not, absolutely, do not listen to these people. That is not advice, that is a suggestion. I don't understand why anyone is listening to these people. So, first and foremost, how do I want to do this? How do I want to introduce these people to you all? Because it's not even fair to be talking about these people. But I am. I have been waiting for you to take on Love is Blind. You sure don't want to talk about Kwame. I do not want to talk about Kwame because if I talk about Kwame, this devolves into like the gutter. Like I was going to do a membership only live going over Love is Blind because I definitely watched it and this season was like the most messy, the messiest that I've ever seen. So I enjoyed it, but I enjoyed it for really bad reasons. And if I get into it, it's not gonna be pretty. So that would have been a membership only live. But oh, it's gutter. It is gutter. It is gutter. Anywho, let me get into this. All right. So there is a podcast called the Whatever Podcast, and it is essentially Fred and Fit, just more successful apparently. This guy Brian just literally copied Fresh and Fit's thing and is out there becoming bigger and better than Fresh and Fit. And they had Destiny and Melina on, and Melina asked a very simple question that turned the YouTubes, the TikToks, the Twitter all the way upside down. And I found it interesting, but I wasn't going to talk about it until the man of the moment started to go defend himself. And then Brian, who is the host of the podcast, went on Destiny's channel to defend himself. And I'm sitting there thinking, all right, yep, we definitely need to get into this because absolutely not. So where do I start? Let me start with Abba and Preach. I don't understand Abba and Preach. Let me say that up front. There was a time I really liked watching. Then I stopped after they interviewed Kevin Samuels, not because they interviewed him, but they didn't really push back. They didn't really do much. And it seemed like they were moving towards Red Pill. Recently, however, they've become very sort of balanced in their approach to commentary. And I'm not sure what changed, but there was a change. And I could go through their videos to explain it, but I don't care enough. I am now back watching their content, and it was bizarre to me because they tend to hold, at least recently, other content creators accountable by doing commentary on other content creators and really, with common sense, actually giving meaningful content. Like I believe they've been giving like good content even where I did not agree and do not agree with a lot of what they said. All right. So I don't know where they stand, and when they did not go after the lead attorney, that also gave me pause because why not, right? I also like the fact that they are a huge content creator who they can really bring light and shine light on other large content creator, so it feels like a kind of checks on like accountability for content creators who could just ignore what they do if the audience don't know about it and move on. Abba and Preach, I think, is disruptive in that way. That is good. Like I actually think that's good. I don't know what Preach thinks about daily because he just does his job, go home, and don't really engage, which is something that I actually kind of respect. Abba, how do I put this? Abba is way more thoughtful when he's on Destiny's channel. And he's been more thoughtful on his own channel now. But every time he goes on Destiny, it feels like his position is more thought out. I don't know fully why that is, but I can appreciate the side of him that is more intellectual and thoughtful. Like I can actually appreciate that. That said, the fact that they're dragging Pearly thing, the fact that they're dragging Pearly thing, the fact that they're dragging Oyster makes it that much more great for me. Like I appreciate a dragging of Oyster. I will always watch a dragging of Oyster. It is what it is. I call me petty. I don't care. I will always watch a dragging of Oyster. So they've been going after the Whatever podcast and Brian and then MLD, who went on the Whatever podcast and said what he said. And I think before we get into what happened on the Whatever podcast, what I did was I went to MDL channel and I wanted to see what he was about. So let me tell you, let's do it together because I promise you I get scammer vibe. To be clear, I am not calling him a scammer. I don't know this man, but this gives me a scammer vibe. What I mean by that is the upsell. I feel like he has a course or multiple course. I think he has a community for which you pay to be a part of it. And he teaches you how to be masculine. And you pay and pay monthly to learn how to pick up women and how to be masculine. That I think this is what his channel gives me. If I am wrong, I apologize. This is not a fact. This is just a preliminary look at the channel. That is all I'm going to say. But so what I do is I go to people's About You page and it says, this is a free YouTube channel. I did not know they were paid YouTube, whatever. This is a free YouTube channel for worldwide dating advice that is useful to all men of all ages. And I was like, yep, scamming vibes confirmed. Now, I'm not saying I'm confirming that he is a scammer, but to me, my suspicions have been confirmed from my own sort of edification. It is not that he is a scammer, but to me, he's a scammer. That's it. And I think it's scamming to talk about you're going to teach masculinity. So that's where I stand. That's my definition. Anywho, I then went to one of his live stream. And on this live stream, I know it's a long build up to get to the foolishness, right? On this live stream, he was playing a video of himself on another show. And I want y'all to listen to it, and we're going to talk about it a little bit together. So let me put this on 1.5 speed because no one has time for this. All right. Y'all ready? Let's watch it together.
Here, let me show you guys. Take a quick look. This was Allison Steinberg, certified hottie. And already I have people reaching out to me from watching them. They have 1.39 million on YouTube and 900 something plus on Rumble. Let's just take a quick look here to what we have in today's episode.
So, could artificial intelligence save humans from extinction? Joining me now, CEO at Avalanche Marketing and host of Modern Life Dating on YouTube, MLD. Thanks so much for being with us. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me, Allison.
Of course. So, let's get into it. For those single folks out there, you're probably pretty well aware it's quite difficult to meet a compatible romantic match.
Shut up and take my money.
Before you can even consider a date with someone, you have to ask the person, I don't know, do you love Jesus? Did you take the vaccine? How do you feel about pronouns? Do you use fluoridated toothpaste? I mean, the list goes on, right? So for a while, it's difficult to even discuss these issues on the internet because so many of us were censored and shut down. But thanks to Elon, now we can speak freely on Twitter. MLD, do you think introducing a dating app feature to this platform is the answer to modern dating?
That's hard to say because it's a mess in America. If you're single in America, you know that it's just a total mess. I think we need as much help as we can get. So if there can be some kind of AI that can hold people accountable and give them a realistic, view on their value in the dating marketplace, I think that's a step in the right direction because the way it is right now in my world and the world I'm involved in online, there's a lot of mess in America in regards to dating. The sexes are at each other's throats, quite frankly. And it's because really at the end of the day, I truly believe that this is due to a hate-filled, toxic leftist ideology that is known as feminism. I think that in America, this new wave feminism, it doesn't even talk about female equality. This is more about female supremacy. And these young girls are taught from a very young age that men are bad and men are out to get them. And the big evil patriarchy is coming to keep them barefoot and pregnant and oppressed through the wage gap and all these talking points that have been factually disproved that were really pushed during the Obama administration starting in 2008. And quite frankly, if you analyze the relationship between men and women, the decline really started after the Obama administration started this crazy leftist ideology that they ran through all of our courts. They started forcing colleges to.
All right. So first and foremost, blame Obama for anything you want. But to sit there and blame him for the decline in connection, let's call it, between men and women, Brown Bobby has been a member. Between to blame him, to sit there and blame Obama for the decline in relationship between men and women don't make no sense, right? I'm not gonna pull up any more stat, but I already pulled this up because I just wanted to verify that the marriage decline has been consistent at least since, let's say, the 1970s, right? So like let's go back to the 1960s and say, okay, after a while it peaked a little bit, and then right at 1975 it started going down. I am not sure how you blame Obama. We're not just talking about Obama administration. It kept going down in Obama and then in Trump. What are y'all talking about? Look, I'm talking about marriage here because we tend to use marriages as the sort of barometer for how well male-female relationships are going. So if the decline in marriage is consistent, the trend began before Obama, way before Obama, even before both Bushes, right? And it continue happening during Obama administration, then went to the Trump administration, continued, and then it's at the Biden administration still continuing the same trend. I'm confused as to why y'all blaming Obama because women don't want to marry y'all. Wait. Wait. No, this is actually kind of funny. I don't understand how you blame Obama for women deciding not to be marrying y'all. Girl, I thought it was welfare. Anyway, so black men blame welfare, white men blame Obama. All right, got it. White conservative men, apparently. I don't know. Blame Obama. Anywho, let's continue the foolishness because I'm not analyzing that.
To investigate anything regarding sexual assault on their campuses and threaten to cut all federal funding if they didn't do these investigations. This really drove a wedge between the sexes. And quite frankly, like,
I hope y'all heard what he believed also drove a wedge between the sexes. You heard that, right? Demanding that universities investigate assault essays on campus drove a wedge between the sexes. Who has an issue with schools being forced to investigate essay? I don't know, but this seems weird to me. That this is the hill that you're going to die on seems weird to me. You are saying what drove a wedge between men and women is the fact that universities are forced to investigate, not even do anything about. This is his word. So if he wanted to qualify it, he should have qualified it, but it sounds like he's not very good at explaining himself. Because what you said is what drove a wedge between the sexes is that universities are forced to investigate essays. Now tell me if that's not degenerate. Please let me know how this is not degenerate. Like, are you sure this is where you want to be as a commentator? Like, are you sure? Because that don't make no sense to me. All right, let's continue. Because if he meant false accusation and destroying people's career, he would have said that.
on the male side of things, it's just really sad at this point because you're teaching, like, from a young age, you're teaching these little boys in America that they are broken and wrong just for the fact that they're being male. God forbid you're a straight white male, but just being male in general, you are a broken, defunct member of society, and like you must do everything in your power to like pay for the sins of your masculinity. And it's absolutely crazy. And now you're seeing the repercussions of it. I mean, if you're on TikTok, how many times you see 30-year-old women on TikTok crying because they're single, crying because there's no good men? I hear you laughing because you know I'm right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I totally agree with that.
All right. Now, I'm not going to continue this foolishness. I just wanted an introduction. Now, please remember that this man essentially is saying that what drove a wedge between men and women include the fact that schools are now forced to investigate essay. So that is a start. That is a starting point for which I want to go into the video of the day that is making its round on Twitter. It's making its rounds on YouTube and TikTok. So, period. All right, let me read some super chats before I get into the actual video because this is actually really a mess. It starts as early as 5 and peaks by 19. Sigh. Yeah. They are sad red pillars in disguise. I'm thinking you're talking about Abba and Preach. I hope not. I'm confused from the Muslim. Where, sir? I don't understand this. I apologize. I'm not. My brain is not 100 right now. Real red pill ish. Ah. Obama been out of office. How he still catching it like when been catching it? Shaking my head. Right, everything is Obama. Girl. It's like Rock Nation. Obama actually. Thank you, by the way. Obama actually had fairly centrist. Yeah, Obama is center left. I don't know what people are talking about, but period. I feel his centrist views when it comes to identity politics until a little after he became president. This guy is clueless. Agreed, the Sanderson sisters. I appreciate that. Obama was president in 08. Stop chasing 15-year-old. Right? All right. So why are we here? We are gathered here today, ladies and gentlemen, to go over this little clip right here because degenerate is as degenerate does, and I do not care about the race. Degenerate is degenerate. So here we go with what Melina had to ask the panel. Let's go.
Marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20. A year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive. Even though it might be rare from what you guys think,
It is.
if it would happen, what would you recommend for those people? Would they divorce or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going.
You can't divorce, and that's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive?
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the
People
relationship?
are
Is it
just.
possible?
I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just.
For anyone
Situation.
that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay,
Do you think
endure.
that- Would they give up
I'll tell you what,
divorce?
it is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do.
What about if two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely. Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you
permissible.
think the divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the
Or
children.
cheating, sorry. You think that
Cheating is
cheating
worse
is worse
than
than
physical
physical
abuse.
abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
For the children, cheating is worse than physical abuse. All right. Let's get on the screen. In the case of physical abuse, these men are telling you to endure. Again, why are y'all listening to these men? Who sits up there on Beyonce's internet telling women that they should endure abuse? Who does that? You have to be all kinds of degenerate to say that. Now let's get to the host, because the host is crying. How do I put this? The host went on Destiny. His name is Brian. Brian is the host of the Whatever podcast, and he is crying, talking about, I'm just such a soft, delicate flower who I don't know how to be aggressive. So when they said it, I didn't push back, and I should have pushed back, but like, I don't agree with this. I'm sitting there like, you literally kick women out of this podcast. You have been seen on camera kicking women out, but when it comes to men, you don't have that same energy. So you are delicate when it comes to men, but for women, you can get all kinds of aggressive. Absolutely not. I don't care what you have to say. You are sitting there with them and you agreed with it. There was not one point during that interview where you objected to what they had to say. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you agree. Now, I know what you're going to say. Themis, you've had people I have not. When I disagree, you know I disagree because I tell you how I disagree. You don't just sit up there and talk about, oh, I was just so afraid. I am this delicate flower. I'm more technical guy. I don't do research, so I don't really know how to debate. Destiny, can you teach me how to debate? I don't care what you got to say. You are the person in charge of this show. So if they're putting out that toxic idea on your show, if you don't challenge it, it sounds like a you problem to me. But before we get to the host, before we get to the host, let's stop for a moment. Maybe this man, MDL or whatever his name is, has a defense, right? So he went on to this woman, a complete leech. He went on to this woman's podcast to defend himself. And they talk about a lot of things, a lot of meaningless, useless, absolutely disgusting things. And I'm going to go through his defense. Now, for all the people in the chat saying, context, Demuth, what is the context? You didn't play the full clip. That is the full clip. I will play more of it for you, but that is the full clip. Melina asked, in the case of physical abuse, what should the woman do? And they all said endure. And the host was looking around like he lost his head and he don't know how to talk because apparently he doesn't do research. You don't need research to tell you that you would not want your child to be suffering through abuse, man or woman. So the fact that you're sitting there talking about, oh my God, I don't know what I was supposed to do. I don't do research. I'm more of a technical guy. Absolutely not. There were multiple times where you kick women off the podcast, and I'm going to show you kicking women off the podcast. And if you don't have that energy for men, but you have it for women, I'm going to call you a wannabe. It is that simple. I don't care what you have to say. Let me read some super chats and then we'll get into MLD, who went on Jedediah. I don't care. He went on her podcast because apparently she has a podcast now. And he wanted to defend himself, but let's watch more of the interview, not just the defense, because that was not a defense. After I watched this is when I knew I had to make this video. Also watching the Abba and Preach reaction. Sinji says, it's fascinating how they cannot seem to make the connection between their mindset and women not wanting to date. Right? They will do everything but they will do anything but reason properly. They will do everything but actually reason properly. Hey, Chris. Boy Scouts taught me way more about masculinity than 99% of red pill content. A lot of the manosphere seems like a current day of the version of the movie City Slickers. I actually have never seen this, by the way, but I don't think they're here to actually teach men about masculinity. They're here to sell people these courses, and for them to sell these courses, they need you to think that women are bad. They need you to believe that women are fundamentally flawed and they have the answer, and they're not about to teach you anything. So we can drag because that's what they want. Thank you, Chris. Oh, here's another one. It's like trying to learn how to swim by watching YouTube video. Men's action reveal masculinity. Agreed. Because let me not go back to that comment that was sent to me. Thank you. There's too many podcasts. Somebody cut the mic, right? All right. So he went on Jedediah podcast or whatever this is, and he wanted to talk, I guess, about some of the things and how we misconstrue what he was saying. But instead of just skipping to that part, which was at the end, I want us to watch some of it, right? Let me put this on 1.5 speed. And let's listen to what he has to say. Let's start with him describing. Let's play Jedediah talking about femininity and how the environment affects her femininity. Now, be warned, I am not a supporter of Jedediah. I think she's toxic. She also doesn't know what she's doing. I've seen her lose every single debate. How do you lose every single debate? I've seen her debate Destiny, some other guy, everyone that is against the red pill that she has debated, she's lost to. So I don't know quite why she has a mic, but period, she has a mic. Anyway, she is going to describe how environment affects femininity. And I will say something after she's done. It's not to give her credit because she's trying to be toxic and talk about how working essentially makes women masculine. So she should get dragged, but I don't care enough to drag her. Look, her being on screen is drag enough for her. So I'm not, no.
In media and, you know, battling the Hillary Clintons and the Donna Brazils and all that. And I say, yeah, I had to kind of like, without even realizing it, beat down some of my femininity and some of my natural instincts. The way I am at home is completely different from the way that I am on camera. I was able to separate those worlds, but I didn't even realize what I was doing until I really thought about it. And it was interesting because when I met my husband, he would always say, you're so quiet, like off of TV. Like I would go out and people wouldn't even know I was there. I just wanted to kind of absorb what was happening. I don't need to be talking all the time. I'm very shy. I'm the first person to be like, I can't come to the party. I don't want to go. I just want to hang out at home.
Yeah.
But on TV, people see this person and I'm like, it's like a split personality. But I did have to beat down my femininity to survive in that world. And I don't recommend it because I was never happy there.
Yeah.
I was always unhappy. I always felt like I was in someone else's outfit or trying to be something or trying to do something because it was unnatural for me.
Okay, blah, 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 blah. The only important thing she says that is super important, I think, is if femininity is about being soft and sweet and walk around the world like you're kind of floating, right? If this is femininity, the environment has to be conducive to you acting that way. I'm not talking about a job. I don't care about any of that, right? The fact is, if you're sitting up here saying, oh, the environment pulled this out of me and made me have to push down my femininity. Now imagine for women, imagine, if you will, women who literally are in a toxic environment expected to be feminine. They're lining up as lambs for the slaughter. And it's absolutely ridiculous that the most unsafe group of people are sitting around talking about how women should be more feminine to them when you don't create the environment for femininity in the way that y'all are talking about femininity. You know I don't care about a femininity or a masculinity. But if you don't engage in a way to produce this kind of result, then you don't deserve it. And absolutely not. So anywho, I don't care about this woman. Let me move now to the first time they brought up the foolishness, right? So I think it was at the 37-minute mark. 37.
Divorcing these men are still awful at choosing men, let alone awful at keeping a relationship together. I think a lot of people give up sooner than they should, especially when they're subsidized by the government to give up, right? If a woman...
Incentivized, yeah.
Yeah, they're incentivized. Pearl was talking about it last night, whatever podcast, that sometimes these women will intentionally push their man or say things to get him upset, then the guy will physically hit them. And then she's like, okay, now that he's hit me, he has to pay for my lawyer. Like,
okay, so sometimes women will push men to hit them. What? If this man wasn't wrong in the first video about driving a wedge between men and women in school because now schools are investigating SA, like that's the first part, right? Women and men are being driven apart by universities because universities are investigating SAs. He then goes on someone else's podcast or whatever podcast and talk about how women should endure abuse. Now he's on a third podcast. Girl, I cannot. How is this a thing? Now you are on a third podcast talking about how women will push men to hit them by saying things. Sounds like you don't have self-control. Sounds like you don't have self-control. Yeah, sounds like, is she trapping you in the house? You can't leave? What do you mean? The mere word doctrine, does that apply? Mere words should result in physical violence? Like, what are you talking about? Girl, the men are in... So this is the foolishness that I talk about. Women are physically abusive. No one said women can't be physically abusive. In fact, if you've ever heard me speak about this, you know that I am against women being physically abusive to men. And I do think men should call the police on women who are physically abusive in the way that men should call the police. I think women should call the police. I think men should leave these relationships in the way that I think women should leave these relationships. But this is interesting. When you say women are physically abusive, that is literally besides the point here. That has absolutely nothing to do with the point here, where this man is out here telling women that they need to stick through abuse. I don't know why you're pointing this out, but period. Now he's talking about women are pushing men to abuse them. Like what? So here's what I'm gonna say. I think a lot of us need to get hooked on phonics. I think a lot of us need to get hooked on phonics because you could have just said it is a dead point, it's a useless point. You could have used any other word. You could have used literally any other word, and you decided to use the word mute. I don't know why you chose this word, but please choose better. In the way that you tell women to choose better, I'm going to tell you to choose better. Anywho, let's continue.
They know the legal
It's
system.
all a
now.
game. Oh yeah, and the legal system favors women so much they know going into it that they can get away with murder.
And then whatever you subsidize government-wise, like it's going to grow. So you're subsidizing these, single mother households. Quite frankly, when you have these divorce things.
Yeah, we'll talk.
All right. So that's the fun part. There is another part that I need to get into. And this is this vasectomy argument, right? Because what these people are going to do is bend themselves into a pretzel to defend Rollo Tomasi. I don't know why, but let's play it. Let me read the super chats before I move on. I don't want it to be a mute point. And I'm done. Child, not careers taking femininity out of the way. Who was that? You know. Chris says, Nikita went off on a great rant about ignoring real problems, focus on neo-puritanical red pill content and why we even listening to people in loveless marriages and serial failed relationship. Period. I don't have anything better to do, so that's why I'm... That's why I am doing it. But this is a fear critique. This is a fear critique, as the men in the channel are twerking. Instead of like saying, okay, these people are wrong, let's move on, or let me leave. They're up here like actually upset that these people are getting dragged for their toxic ideas. Now make that make sense to me. There is a group of men currently in this chat, right, that are upset that we are going over this and they're trying to defend, but they have nothing to defend. These people are wannabes. Like, this is absolutely disgusting. And you know it's disgusting. Even if you believe it, this is not something that you say. This is literally not, you don't tell women to endure abuse. Like, you might deny the reality, you might sidestep the question, but you don't outright say women should be out here enduring abuse. Like, what do you mean? Rockley, one of the Destiny's 10 Black viewers, and found you from your interview with him. I've been enjoying the content, so keep doing what you're doing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't actually think any of Destiny fans stuck around, so that's I didn't know that. He should put his mic on mute. wait, y'all need to leave these people alone. I think I'm on one tonight. I probably should have eaten before I came on because I'm not in the best of mood, and sometimes the drag is not deserved. It's the person who put the mute versus moot. I want to apologize. We all make mistakes. We all have typos. I do it a lot. Not moot and mute. I've never done that. There's a lot of things I've not done, but it's unfair to be dragging you the way that I'm dragging you. So it's not a real apology, but like I feel like the chat is just gonna go in on you. So someone said Timothy's in a bad mood. Wait, wait, y'all are going to hell. Y'all are going to hell. We are going to hell. Okay, he said I can't drag him. So period. Y'all can go ahead. He's fine. All right. Jed is a feminist dream. Worthless Ivy League degree, rode the Corcel and settled with beta provider and had a post-war baby and yet is praised by Red Pill. Oh, I know nothing about this woman. Thank you for that. I didn't know this was true. I know nothing about. All I know is that she was useless on The View, and right now she can't really. Chris, you need to stop. Thank you, Bella Vega. I really appreciate that. I knew nothing about her. All right. Elena says, so women want men to put, as Sinji would say, hands, feet, and TVs on them on purpose. What the actual F, right? The fact that there are women still listening to these people is annoying me. They couldn't even come together collectively to say, hey, what you're saying is toxic. We don't agree with it. Men should not be abusing women. Like, I feel like that's an easy, like, we don't agree with. But instead of that, we saw men just like literally like moving around, not knowing what to do. So it is what it is. If y'all are still listening to these men, then period. At this point, it's comedy. It's mutiny. You won. You won for a second. I'm gonna keep this comment up while we do this. All right. So now we are back to the vasectomy argument. Now, for those who do not remember, the grandfather of the manosphere tweeted the following out. And let's read it. Because before we get to his defense of why women should endure abuse, let me read this tweet again. The quickest path to becoming a high value man is one, I'm not reading all of this. Number 3 says, vasectomy in your 20s, right? And there are people still trying to defend this. No, after talking to Annalicia, which, by the way, I should not get, when it comes to men, I should not take Annalicia's prescriptions ever. And I don't know if Annalicia is watching, but but when it comes to men and black men in particular, I refuse to take Annalicia's prescriptions. However, Annalicia did make a valid argument that if these are the men that they are listening to that is telling them go around and sleep with as many women as you can, then maybe a vasectomy is not that bad of an idea. So I don't know why I was over here on the side of protecting men. Like, no, don't get a vasectomy. It's not supposed to be reversible. Why would you tell these men to? I don't know why I was doing that. I don't know why. But Annalicia made a valid point. Annalicia said, if these men are supposed to sleep with over 50 women, CC Myron, then they probably should also get a vasectomy because they shouldn't be having children all around here. So maybe Rolla Tomasi was onto something when he said they should get vasectomies. Who though? I didn't think about it that way, but apparently, I believe if you plan to sleep with 50 women as like a standard and you don't plan on being in relationships with any of them, you're just trying to sleep around with as many women as you can in your 20s, then maybe your grandfather's idea about vasectomy isn't that bad. Snip, snip, 2023. like period. All right. So let's get to these people bending themselves into pretzels, trying to defend one of the dumbest tweets of 2023 thus far.
ran and got a vasectomy. And I wasn't so sure about that, to be perfectly honest.
You'd be surprised.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, is there a weight? And Andrew Tate has talked about this. When you're sitting in a space like this, we do have a microphone. There's a weight that comes with that. In the clickbaity society that we live in, is part of our job to resist that?
Yeah. Well,
How do you manage that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's even getting to the point for me. I mean, where I didn't even know it was a clip you were going to break down of me saying that stuff. Yeah, it's just, I think Rollo meant well with the tweet.
I do as well, by the way. And I like him. I think he's I've had great conversations. I really like him as a person.
No, he means well. He definitely means well. And the thing is, like, a lot of people don't really understand this from the creator side of things. Like, we don't choose what goes viral. Like, I didn't think I was going to go viral calling Bangs a bitch.
Like, that was great. No, Deli and I loved it. Deli, we had a few laughs about that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man, I mean, I didn't expect it to go viral for that.
And sometimes it's not your cuts; somebody else's cut chopping you up.
Yep. And so, I think that Roll was just trying to run a business. I think that's at the end of the day. But I mean, do I think running out getting vasectomy? I can't say I would just tell guys to go do that personally. I mean, I've been quite a dog, and I've just used the pull-out method my whole life. So, like, there are ways that you can, like, use condom. There's ways about that. But once you start involving surgery that potentially doesn't have a guaranteed reversal success rate, then it's like, I don't know. I want to have kids personally. So I feel like if my ability to have children was stripped away from me, I don't know if I would handle that positively.
Yeah, it's not intended to be reversed. I mean, you can sometimes reverse it. In some cases, you can't. So I would never dangle that word out there. I knew what he was trying to say. I know his sense of humor. I know his sarcasm. So when he tweeted that out, I was like, oh, this is Rollo being Rollo.
Yeah.
Not everybody heard it that way. And my concern is always like, okay, what about the guy who didn't hear it that way and now went out and did something which you didn't intend for them to do? And Rollo always says, I'm not giving advice. And I said, I get it. I get where you're coming from, but not everybody gets where you're coming from. So I do think we have a responsibility at the mic.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard. It's a clickbait culture. Everybody wants to sell their book. Everybody wants to get their message. Maybe he felt that was the best packaging to really get that message out there where people would actually talk about something he feels important. I get it. But it can come back and kind of haunt society if we're not careful. I think it's just a reality of the responsibility you have when you have any microphone at all. I want to get to chats quickly, Deli.
We have.
All right. Jed said he's joking. That was a misinterpretation, and they are brain dead if they took him literally. Jed knows what Rollo Tomasi is saying. He said that she said Rollo Tomasi was being sarcastic. All right, girl. Please tell us what she meant, because you said all of that. You literally said he was joking. People misinterpreted him. If you misinterpreted him or took him literally, then you were brain dead because you know his sarcasm and you understood what he meant. Please tell us what he meant, because you did everything. You did everything but told us what he meant. Please tell us what he meant. I believe when he said men in their 20s should get vasectomies if they want to become high-value men, please tell us what that meant. Explain this metaphor for us, because apparently this is a metaphor. Apparently this is sarcastic. Please explain what he meant. I'm not very good at sarcasm. In fact, I'm an immigrant and I'm struggling to keep up with these idioms generally. So please, you did all of that without explaining what he meant. Tell us what he meant. Why do y'all have to all bend yourself into pretzels in this way to defend the indefensible? I don't understand this. Like, it sounds like you're the cleanup woman now. I feel like I should pull up the tweet again, because maybe I'm reading it wrong. Let's get back to this third eye. Let me get back to my third eye. I need to open my third eye. I need to look at this on a spiritual lens to understand what is happening. The quickest path to becoming a high-value man is number 3, vasectomy in your 20s. Where is the metaphor? Where is the sarcasm? Like, what are the alternative interpretation of this? And please note, I've watched Rollo Tomasi debate this point for more hours than I've cared to. At no point does he make sense regarding this. At 0 point. Wait, is infinity a number? Infinity is not real, but the potential of infinity is real. I absolutely hated philosophy class, but I need to get back into these really odd conversation. But anywho, It is absolutely ridiculous to sit here and watch someone bend themselves into a pretzel in order to defend the indefensible. Let's see. It's a mutiny. Thank you so much. The Sinji message is arriving to write spaces. Vasectomy took them out of the home. Girl, now people are going to be big mad. After their own people tell them to get a vasectomy, then they're over here talking about, oh my God, why would you promote that? I think you need to go cry somewhere else because I don't care about your tears right now. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. That your leader is essentially telling you that you should prevent yourself from having children because apparently you have no control. Like, really think about that. To be telling men to get vasectomies in their 20s is essentially telling y'all that y'all are wannabes and you have no self control, and the only way to prevent you from having children is for you to get a vasectomy. These men don't even believe in you. I'm going to prevent you from ever having children ever because in your 20s, you can't even stop yourself from having children. Period. It's my 2 cents. Welcome to the membership. All right. So let's get to him defending himself. By the way, the other day I watched someone trying to find themselves trying to like break down one of my videos, and I got really into it, like, right, because I'm like, okay, period. I usually don't watch breakdowns, and I will not watch breakdowns of my videos. And the fact that these people didn't have timestamps, had nothing about what I ever talked about, they were summarizing it and just completely off, like, it was just so wrong. If you are going to do a response at all, at least have timestamps. It is absolutely ridiculous and underhanded, and everyone sees through you. The whole thing is made of glass. We all see it. So when you come on, and this happens now, right? They're going to respond to him saying women should stick through and endure abuse. Instead of playing the clip where he said it, they're going to go to Moist Critical and they're going to say, this person is attacking me. Let me attack this person. We don't care who is attacking you. Do not go after the commentators when it comes to you defending your stance on what women should do in abusive relationship. No, that's something that you should stand in. And the fact that the lady Jedediah, whatever her name is sitting there and reframing this as if it is a conversation about people dragging you online is kind of ridiculous. You made a statement, play the statement, and let us hear it. So I have some rules. Let me see if I can go through my. I don't know these rules by heart, so it is what it is. So, first, listen. Second, digest what is being said. Third, let them explain so that you can understand what they meant. And then, after there's confirmation that you both agree with what was said and the understanding of what was said, then give them the space to contextualize. That is not what happened. In fact, that is far from what happened. Instead, we had Jedediah lending her platform, which I don't know why. Anywho, to this man to defend himself. So let's get into the foolishness after I read these 2 super chats. Dash says, child, they are not going to take care of the kids anyway. Child. No. I shouldn't be tongue in cheek with this, but it is what it is. Maya says, I don't think they understand the definition of sarcasm. Maybe they're confusing the definition of sarcasm and serious like mute. All right. Whoever moderators, please put Mia in timeout. Yeah, no, she definitely should go in timeout. Maya should go in timeout. This muted mood thing will not end. You should go in timeout. You definitely should go in timeout. All right. So let's go back to these people and let's listen to the framing of this foolishness.
I love
Shimoshi.
it.
Shout out to Shimoshi.
All right, I want to get to this final topic, which was interesting. So this guy goes after you. His name is Charles Christopher White Jr. Do you know who that is, Deli? Do you have any idea who that? Charles Christopher White Jr.,
sure.
also known as Moist.
Oh, penguins.
Yes,
Yeah.
you know penguins.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did not. Did you know penguins?
That guy who looks like a homeless Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. He does look like a homeless Jesus. His name is Penguins. It's also, what is this? Critical?
Moist Critical.
Moist Critical and then or Critical.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know who this was, and then I click on I see them talking about you, ranting. But he's very famous. He's
And
got
Twitch
like
is one of the highest.
Yes,
viewed
he's a
people,
streamer, he's a YouTuber, he's a Twitch streamer, he's a musician, and his channel has like millions and millions and millions of subs. And here he is. Who's he talking about? He's talking about you. Not very nice things. Okay, so I want to get your reaction to some of these. I saw this yesterday, and by the way, it's fantastic. Sometimes you have to watch things.
This is a Jedediah exclusive because I haven't even watched this video.
Yeah, sometimes I catch a guess. What can I say? All right, 211. Let's go to that.
Really?
This is fine. Wait, Deli, hold on one second. So this is him. This guy is playing a clip now from whatever podcast, and then he's going to rant about you. So, okay.
Can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in a
People
relationship?
are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special. So I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused, the woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with.
Okay,
We'll
let's
get to
pause
that
it here.
later
We've got
on.
a few. He is a weird looking dude. I'm not gonna lie. He's calling you Sal. By the way, I know Sal. I grew up in Staten Island with those Impractical Jokers. There was a slight resemblance in some of your sense of humor, but this guy talking about people. Okay, reaction.
Well, I mean, first of all, that suit is Loro Piana. There's nothing Walmart about that suit.
I was just gonna say you are the least likely person to be found shopping at Walmart. Just saying, but
it's certainly not. But I think that this guy has no idea what I'm doing. Because if we were just objectively lay out what our brands are doing side by side, I irrefutably know that every single day I'm working hard with my members in my community to make these men better people. I'm getting these guys jobs. These people are losing weight. They're finding girlfriends. They're finding wives. Okay. These guys are struggling with like traumatized issues that happened in their past that we're helping them get over. I know my conscience is clear. This guy can sit here and pretend to be some moral authority and manipulate the public opinion of me by saying like, oh, this guy, because I guess what they're trying to say is like, if a man is continuously beating a woman in a
talking about
relationship,
physical abuse, yeah.
right? So they're trying to say that I'm saying that if a man is continuously beating a woman in a relationship, that he
That
and
she should
her
stay.
should stay and endure the thing. That's not what I said at all. But I did say if there was one instance, because relationships, every relationship has fights. Every relationship has ups and downs. Anybody who says otherwise is a liar. Okay, there's conflict in relationships. Period. Even the happiest couples in the world, they have conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who denies that, like I said, they're lying. What I'm trying to say is that I think a lot of times, especially now in today's culture, where we're incentivized to divorce, women more so than men, and women are initiating 78% of these divorces on top of that. All I'm saying is that I think that a lot of these cases are when people are just like, they're just giving up.
Mm-hmm.
Because back in the day, like you didn't have the luxury of giving up. And if you just look at the data, when you do divorce, everybody gets messed up and the kids are the ones that take the most damage. And I think that because right now, America's kind of in this place where everybody's like, yeah, I'm this me individual person. And then like, I live my life this way. Therefore, everybody should accept me regardless of like the negative consequences that come with this lifestyle as well. Like I know Destiny and Melina, is her name?
Yeah.
Melina, they are an open relationship, but also has a 92% failure rate.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like, yeah, well, it works for us. We're not saying it will work for you. Well, I mean, like with a 92% failure rate, like people are sitting around waiting.
Well, they also say that they wouldn't recommend that for other people, and that if you're going to have a child, don't do this. Like they're very open about that. So that to me means there is an acknowledgement that what they're doing is not ideal.
Before we continue, it is important that I point out that he describes the ability to leave an abusive relationship as a luxury. Please do not let his word choice and language pass you without critically thinking about what he's saying. He says, they're pretending like I say continuously. No one need to say continuously. The question was, if she's being abused, should she leave? And you said she should endure. The fact that you are now adding the word continuously, no one has to say that once is enough. But it sounds like once isn't enough for him. He's like, what if it's only one time? What do you mean, what if it's only? He then goes and says, oh, we're like, if there's a disagreement, no one is talking about a disagreement. The question to you was very specific regarding abuse. Back in the day, you did not have the luxury of quote unquote giving up. So we're talking about abuse. Like we're now watch what Jedediah does here, because, and this, by the way, is how you know these people are lying. I can sit here And I can disagree with Finji. I can disagree with Paris. I can disagree with Crystalline. I can disagree with anyone, and I can disagree with everyone in the manosphere. The reason I can do that is because I stand firm in what I believe. The fact that all of these people have to bend themselves into pretzels to defend each other is absolutely ridiculous. That you cannot stand up and say you are wrong on this point, even if you guys move forward together because you have the same goal. You should be able to tell people that they are wrong. The fact that Rollo Tomasi has all these men bending in a pretzel to defend the fact that he's telling men to get vasectomies is absolutely ridiculous. And if you cannot tell that this is a scam, that they stand on nothing, they have no principles, and even if they're saying in their heart of heart, where you have to open your third eye to look into their soul to find out that they actually do disagree, if you have to look that hard, then they aren't men of principles. And I'm not talking about an alpha man. I'm not talking about masculinity or femininity. I'm talking about principles, fundamental principles. If you can stand on what you believe in, I cannot trust you to lead anything. Actually, you can't lead yourself out of a paper bag. I'm not sure what you're talking about leading, but I'm definitely not about to follow someone who cannot stand on his principles when confronted. That absolutely makes no sense. I don't care who you are. If you disagree with me, I expect you to say you disagree with me, because when I disagree with you, I'm definitely going to tell you. No, I'm definitely. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, yeah, we are all in it together. No, we're not all in it together, because you're degenerate, and I'm not about to do that with you. I'm not about to agree with you about some foolishness when I know that you're toxic. What do you mean women should stick through abuse? Absolutely not. I don't care how red pill I was sitting on that side of the table. I don't care how much I want my goals to be pushed forward. I am not about to sit there and agree with something that I don't agree with. Now, if I told you, hey, I don't agree with this foolishness, and you keep bringing it up, and I told you, and I told you, and I told you, and I said it publicly, then the people should know where I stand. I'm not telling you you have to defend it at every point that it's brought up. But when I don't know where you stand, that is a problem. And if you're sitting in the chat talking about Themis, but I don't know where you stand on this, you're a lie. You're what do they what do they the church women say? The truth ain't in you. If you're sitting there like, but I saw, you're lying. You're lying. You are lying. If you tell me you don't know where I stand on a specific topic, you're lying. If you're telling me there are creators who say things that I don't push back against that I know of, you're lying. Absolutely lying. So I see one very specific comment. I won't read it out loud. Let me delete that, because you're a liar, and I'm not about to get into that foolishness with you. I can love and appreciate. I disagree with my mom. Why do you think I'm going to be sitting on the internet not disagree? I literally sit here and disagree with my mom and my dad. I promise you, there is nothing you can do to me to make me agree with something that I fundamentally don't agree with, particularly when you don't control my life. Girl, no. All right. Getting close to 20K. Oh, I don't celebrate before the time because that is a bad omen. I don't actually believe in that. So thank you. Wake up, makeup, slay. Brown Barbie says, so if your partner smacks you only once, you should endure the right? These people toxic. I have never put my hands on someone, and I promise you, the minute you put your hands on me, it's over. Like, what do you mean? We're done. Like, like that. I feel like that's an easy thing to say. If women are incentivized to divorce, then why get married? They play too much. I don't listen to these men anymore. Myron made up fake stats all through his book, and he's still selling it unabashedly. Just unabashedly walking around selling that useless book with a link from Amazon, where when you click the link, as a source, there is a link to Amazon. And when you go to that link in Myron's book to Amazon, the link does not work. He cites to contradicting research in his book. Like if you want to have a laugh, look at chapter 6 of Myron's book, but don't read it to read it. Go to the citations he presented, and then you'll have a laugh. Because he gets dragged in the citation and his books get dragged in the citation. It is what it is. When people are like, oh, you can find research to back up anything you want to say, sure you can, but are those actually valid research that has been peer reviewed? I'm going to go ahead and say absolutely not. Hello, Themis. I agree with all of your content. My concern is, why is it like pulling teeth to get other Black men on the same page? Girl, I interviewed people, I talk to people, they come over, I give them literally the entire space to talk, and then they go over to their platform crying and whining about how I didn't give them space to talk, I ambushed them, I this, I that. I'm like, girl, if you don't stop crying on Beyonce's internet, because what I'm not about to do is care. Like, my Discord keeps sending me things and we just sit in there together and laugh, because I'm like, girl, if you cry one more time on this internet, I'm done. Chris, Thimacenso is pure disrespect to your audience and 100% intellectually dishonest to refuse to stand 10 toes on what you believe and force them to interpret what you actually believe. Period. So I have been on a cleanse. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop doing doing my cleanse when I'm going to go live, or like I can start it the day off, because like it's not great to be doing the cleanse and also doing this. It's not great, because I probably am not as filtered as I want to be. Period. Whew. All right, let's continue. I don't remember where we were, but let's go back to this foolishness over here.
You know, in terms of longevity.
Right. And so going back to the guy trying to smear me here, right? That's not what I'm saying. And I think anybody who thinks that I would say for a man to continuously beat a woman and a woman just to, you know,
This is so annoying. This is so annoying. Why are you nodding when she says, I don't think a man should continuously beat a woman and she should stay? Your very next question should be, should they be able to hit the woman once, twice, or maybe 3 times? What is the threshold for the woman leaving in your mind? That is your very next question. How are you just sitting there being completely useless? How are you sitting there just being completely useless, not even skeletal? You know what?
buckle down and tolerate it, sister. Like, that's not what I'm saying. So if anybody thinks
So my
that,
takeaway was this from the exchange.
Tell me what she's gonna do, because what he did just literally further made him look bad. His answer essentially is, I didn't say it should continuously happen. I'm just saying if it's a 1-off or 2-off. That's literally what he's about to say. That's what he said. And your very next question, ma'am, should be, because apparently I'm doing your job for you, you don't know how to do your job. Your very next question should be, wait, do you mean that if she gets hit once or twice, that's fine? That's your next question. What should be the threshold for divorce when it comes to abuse, physical abuse? That is your very next question. But instead of asking a question because he has already dug himself in a hole, now we have Jedediah explaining for him what he should have said about abuse. This is what she's doing instead of holding him accountable for what he actually said. This is what Jedediah is about to do. Let's hear her explain, because she knew what Roller Tomasi was saying, but she didn't explain that, right? Roller Tomasi is not there, and you knew what his tweet meant because it was a metaphor, right? It was sarcasm, but you didn't describe or explain to us what that meant, and he's not there. Now you have this man right in front of you to explain his own comments and for you to ask him question about what he meant. But instead of asking him what he meant, you are now going to explain it for him. If y'all are still sticking beside these people, I don't know what to tell you. This is absolutely useless. I see right through this. In Nicki Minaj's words, the whole thing is made of glass.
I think the meat of what you were getting at, in my perception, was that people give up on relationships too easily these days.
Everything.
They have a fight, and suddenly they're on Instagram scrolling, and the ex-boyfriend from 20 years ago is brought back in because you see the past through rose-colored glasses. You have a fight, any little conflict. People feel like, oh, I have all these options. Part of that is technology because you got everybody in your phone. There's never any disconnect from former relationships. It's a mess. So I heard that. I think also the issue.
How did you hear anything? How did you hear anything about internet and phones and too many access when literally the question is, how did you hear any of that about internet and giving up too easy? Maybe there is a question about giving up too easily, but the question was very specifically about abuse. Melina was quite clear when she said physical abuse. I don't know how you define physical abuse, but when you answered the question, you could have changed the definition and explained what you meant. Instead, you told women that were experiencing physical abuse in that hypothetical given to you by Melina, you told them that they should endure. And the little sidekicks around you were like, yeah. I don't know what to do about this. I don't know what to do about this. I don't give advice. I don't give advice. But the very next question was, when a woman cheat, what should the man do? And everyone gave advice then. Oh, leave, leave, leave. Do y'all see the problem? I don't know why this woman is up here trying to explain it like as if we don't have ears. The fact that she's not getting dragged online is also a problem. The fact that she is not getting dragged online is a problem. The fact that we have these apologists out here is a problem. Now, she goes on to defend herself and define abuse and explain why it is bad. But in doing so, she is defending the man promoting women staying in abusive relationship. How does this make sense? There is a fundamental disagreement here that y'all need to flesh out. There is this is not supposed to be some kind of convivial atmosphere where people get to be all, oh, camaraderie. Absolutely not. Someone needs to be getting dragged in this. I realize I'm at a 10. Even after my breathing exercise, I was down, and then it just kept going up and up until I was at a 10. And I don't want to be at a 10 right now because I don't want a headache. There's a hunger migraine and I don't want it. and let me read the super chat because Jedediah is annoying me. Is this Pearly Thing's mother? Is this the oyster's mother? Is this Clam? I feel like this is Clam. This is the oyster's friend, Clam, ain't it? I think this is Clam. Oyster and Clam, got it. Has anyone asked him how many times a man should be abused before he leaves? It doesn't feel like there is going to be consistent, right? Like, how are y'all missing these great opportunities? So a woman can just, let me stop. Someone said I need to order oxtail. That's actually a great question. Now they probably will try to be consistent, but in the way they ask about cheating, they should have just asked. I'm annoyed.
Issue of when it came up with abuse, I think the word abuse, like
I can't order food. I'm gonna have to get a salad or something. I really hate salads, by the way. I'm not the person who's like, oh my god, a salad. Like, no, a salad is a side to the main dish, which is which is protein. And if I got time to be eating salads, pretending like they're full. I hope my mom's not watching. Mom, if you're watching, please turn away. I hope I hope people I really hate people who are like, let's go out to eat, and then they're like trying to order salads for you. Like, okay, like I'll take the salad. This is the starter. Like, when is the main course coming? And like, this is my mom. Like, I'm not about to do this vegan journey with you. It is what it is. I love my mom, by the way. So everyone's getting dragged. Thank you, Chris. The Unbroken says, then she will endure and he finally ends up toe tagging her. Then they will say she should have chosen better. The lead attorney actually said this too.
If somebody's being abused in my book, that situation needs to end. However, we're talking about physical abuse. However, I think about my grandparents, and my mom and I laugh about it, but my grandma used to chase my grandfather around the house with a loaf of Italian bread that was stale, and she'd be like, boom, boom, boom. And we all laughed about it, but in modern days, that would be like, that's abusive. It wasn't abusive then. It was like her, and every now and then she'd crack him one, to be perfectly honest. She was like a little Italian old lady. I never saw him hit her, but she'd crack him one, and it would be in mostly jest, but there was also like, there was some level of just, that was the culture. They were married forever until the day they died, and that I wouldn't, knowing that.
What are you talking about, ma'am? Everyone has these play little tussles. No one is talking about that. And even that people shouldn't be doing, by the way. But anyway, no one is talking about playing around and play wrestling and playing the four square thing on the ground where y'all are wrestling each other. People are talking about abuse. The word abuse was used. You could have defined it properly as the word abuse should be defined in your mind. You defined it, you got to describe it, and then you explained and gave your answer. I don't know why this woman is talking about her little old grandmother running around with her dad. Like, we don't care. We're talking about abuse. The fact that y'all are sitting up here pretending like we're not talking about abuse is annoying me. This is abusive to me. Like, the fact that y'all are up here pretending like this man didn't say what he said is really annoying me. And the fact that this is your best defense probably means someone should have your seat. Like, this don't make no sense. How are y'all up here pretending like we didn't hear this man say women should endure abuse? Like, what are you doing? Now watch him dismantle all. This is not hard to dismantle, right? Like, you remember those three little piggies with the straw house or whatever house and the brick? I promise we're not at the brick. We're still at the straw or whatever house. At this point, watch him dismantle everything, all the work that this woman just put into creating this really absolutely useless defense for him. So this woman, singular, created a defense for him. Now watch him undo all of her hard work. I don't know why she was working so hard to defend this degeneracy, but maybe he got a check. I don't know. So here we go.
And seeing their situation, I wouldn't say that was abusive. So I think that word in and of itself, also when you talk about mental abuse, that word gets like very slippery slope. Like, is that someone who got into a fight once and said you're a jerk? Like, now that's mentally abusive. So I think what I heard from you is like, there's this slippery slope now. Everything is being called abuse.
Why are they pretending like there was an explanation for abuse? The word abuse was used, and you, sir, in your answer could have defined abuse. And then she said physical abuse. So the fact that y'all are out here talking about, oh, she could say you a jerk and everyone call that abuse. Absolutely not. That lady, Melina, definitely said physical abuse. Definitely said physical abuse. Y'all are useless. Honestly, this is useless. I could come up with a better defense on the spot right now, and I'm not about to do it because no.
maybe we should sit back and just remember to take our relationships seriously and only stop those relationships if there's really something going on that's damaging.
It's spot on. Because like anybody who's dating right now, if you talk to a girl who recently broke up with a guy, what was he? He was a narcissist and he was toxic. Every single girl is saying that 9 times out of 10. And when you're looking at these situations when a girl breaks up with a guy and she's like, well, I want to talk about what I did wrong in the relationship first. When does that ever happen?
Never.
He was just the most awful tyrant and she was just.
I will refer you to Danae Jackson's interview, where even in that interview, the reason I felt so bad is the amount of accountability and responsibility and also blame that she put on herself for her philandering. You know what? Let me leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone because I don't want to get into it. Italian men and Irish men are notorious for DV. Apparently, he's from like some of his family member from the Caribbean. As I was looking into him and research, he indicated, was it Trinidad? I think, I don't know. I was like, oh God.
The innocent victim,
angelic,
holding it together for society.
She's got the halo and he's got the devil's horns, right?
And the reality is, so far from that, because a lot of people are going to have trouble with relationships, and there is a distribution of accountability for if a relationship goes south, and it's not 50-50. You know, sometimes men do more problems than women, sometimes women do more problems than men. But at the end of the day, going back to it, who is the one breaking up families in America? Who is the one initiating these divorces? It's not men.
Yeah. My only.
You see how dumb that is? You see how dumb that is? After we're talking about abuse, in the context of abuse, this man is going to say, who is the one breaking up families in America, i.e., who is the one filing for divorce? The person filing for divorce is not the one breaking up the marriage, sir. This is ridiculous. Preach did a review of this, and they did not go into the depth that I wish they had gone into, because no one's about to watch this. So that's annoying. But they should have gone into more depth, because this woman needs to be dragged.
Caveat to what you had said would have been, I mean, for me, like, a man should never hit a woman.
For sure.
And I always say, like, that you can't tolerate as a woman. I can't imagine this. I've never been in a situation where there's domestic violence, but it's got to be very scary to be in a situation where a guy who's much bigger and stronger than you, even if they hit you lightly, I mean, that's just terrifying in my view.
For sure.
So I always tell, women, you can't stay, especially if you have children in a household where there is abuse. You got to get out for the safety of that child and for the safety of yourself. So I think, had you caveated it, I mean, maybe that's not how you feel, but had you caveated it with just, hey, physical abuse of any kind is not okay. But what are we calling abuse now?
I want to curse so bad, but it won't roll off the tongue properly because I don't really curse in my real life. I do use the word hell. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean he should have caveated it and said, if in the case of physical abuse, she can leave? He does not have to do that because that was the question to him. That was literally the question to him. In the case of physical abuse, should the woman leave? And he said, she should endure. What do you mean? Like, this is so annoying. What do you mean he should have created the caveat that he wasn't talking about physical abuse when the question was, in fact, about physical abuse? Let me play this foolishness again for you. Let me find it. Because I don't think you all understand how toxic and annoying this is. Let me play this for you all again.
Even though it might be rare from what you guys think,
It is.
if it would happen, what would you recommend for those people? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going.
You can't divorce, and that's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive?
Because you got to endure. People are too.
Y'all heard that. Even though it might be physically abusive, his response to it being physically abusive is to endure. So no, Jedediah. Jed? No. He could not put on the caveat of except in physical abuse because the question framed, as it were, was in the case of physical abuse, should the woman leave? And in the case of physical abuse, he said she should, quote unquote, endure. I don't know why it is that you're trying so hard to defend the indefensible. And just sucking at it. Linnea was out here still advertising Derek's. I'm not finishing reading this. Hurry up and eat. I'm not doing that. Oh my God. Mental and physical abuse is interpreted the same in the brain. Look, these people are going to do everything, including being degenerate. Themis, you don't have to cuss, just say out. Ross, man. Ross. All right, let's continue.
Are we calling
Yeah.
like, you're an idiot? Now that's mental abuse, or like the slippery slope
Yeah.
argument. I think a lot of people would relate to the slippery slope argument of like this quickness that people have to exit a relationship.
So let me ask you this. If a man were to hit a woman at any form during a relationship and he was like totally like, that was just an awful, awful, awful mistake, do you believe there's no coming back? Like, it's it, we're on the divorce path and we have to go down this path. There's no forgiveness.
I mean,
this is why you should. I mean, he's just told on himself about what he believes they should do by asking that question, because he's still confused as to how you should just leave in the case of physical abuse. He's still confused. So his question right now is, again, if the man hits you once and he is apologetic and sorry, should you leave in that case? Of course, she's going to say yes. But his question to her dismantled all of the things that she was talking about, you should have made the caveat that in the case of physical abuse, you don't think they should stay. And he's like, even if we only hit her, even if it's just once, even if it's just... Are you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? Let me put her thing. Like, this is a... This man is sitting here confused. What do you mean I should have made a caveat in terms of physical abuse, even if it's just once? What do you mean? What do you mean, even if it's just once?
For me, yeah. For me, I think so. I think that like physical abuse would be a line for me. Of course, it depends on what the context of that is. What is the guy, is it like, honey, don't do, I mean, is it a real, that all requires context. But if it was a real hit intent to harm a woman, yeah, I think that for me, that would be a line.
So what about for the women who have worked through that? Are they like,
no, I think,
women?
listen, and I think there are cases where guys can acknowledge like.
Through questioning, this man is defending or attempting poorly to defend a position that you should be able to hit once or twice, and be sorry and everything be okay. Is he telling on him? You know what? Let me stop. I don't know how to be calm. Like I don't know how to be calm there. So if I want to apologize if I'm too loud in your ear, because it's not okay. But like every time I start talking, my voice elevates. I don't know what to do. An unalived woman or traumatized kids watching their mom be a DV victim will dissolve the family regardless. So the argument doesn't make sense. Period. This don't make sense. And I don't know why he's defending this, because he could have just said, I misspoke. I'm glad he didn't, though. At least he's standing 10 toes deep in his degeneracy, even if he's pretending he's not. It's very clear that this is all right, I can't put this on him. It's not defamation, so, like, I'm not saying he is. But he strikes me as someone who... Why did I use the word strike? He strikes me as someone who strikes women. Like that's what it's giving to me. So what I will say, I opened with this. You can play in the yard, you can play on the PlayStation, but don't play in my face. Jedediah, don't play in my face. I'm not one for play. Who says that? Someone on YouTube says I'm not one for play or something. Whoever said that, citation to you, but this is not it. Oh no, someone said there are receipts. I'm going back to the Abba and Preach. No. I'm going back to the Abba and Preach situation where they're dragging him.
Like they did something wrong, and it literally never happens again, right? There are cases like that too, and I'm certainly not going to tell women what to do with their own personal situation. You know your husband, you know your situation, but more often than not, I think that presents as like a pattern, and that's an unfortunate reality. And if there are children involved, even more so, I don't want that child to see that as normal. I don't want, say there's a little boy in the house now seeing, oh, daddy hits mommy, that's okay. I don't want that child to feel fear. So for me, that would be a line. By the way, it would be the same way if a woman started hitting, even though a woman can't hurt a man in the same way. I don't like physical violence.
I'm baiting you for something. So
I'm sure.
That is not true. And there are women in this chat that argued with me, still love you, still care for you. The idea that a woman cannot hurt a man like a man can hurt a woman, I don't know where this comes from. I understand the physical strength and the dynamics there, but if the ultimate harm one can do is analyzing you, you both have the capacity to analyze each other. The idea that they're framing this in terms of patriarchy, fine, they can do what they want to do, but let me tell you my stance right now, right here. I don't believe men should hit women, and I don't believe women should hit men. Abuse should not happen from either end. I am against it all. So that is my stance. This idea that, there is no but, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. None of it. I don't care. There is none of it. If that upsets you, I don't understand. I don't care to understand. I don't want to understand. Don't hit people, and people shouldn't be hitting you. It is that simple. I don't want to hear it. When I drop the link, I don't want to hear it. Because if you come up here telling me that women should be able to hit men and men should be able to bear it, we're going to have problems. I can do this some other time. I can't do it tonight. I promise I can't do it tonight. And I know myself.
Yeah, so but I would say the same. If a woman is physically aggressive with you, I think you have to look at that a little bit differently than if you're just having a fight and people say things and they curse and they call you names. That happens.
So I definitely understand where you're coming from. So I just look at it like this, right? A man's strength in life is physical. Right. There's no way you're ever going to beat a guy 9 times out of 10, right? And sometimes when you have the power, there's an abuse of power. I think everybody trying to act like they're the most perfect saint, like for example the Stephen Crowder situation or something like along those lines.
I'm done with this. It's running out of time, so I need to move quickly now. No one is acting like they're the most perfect saints. No one. You don't need to be a most perfect saint to know that you shouldn't be putting your hands on people. The fact that you're even doing this is ridiculous to me. Talking about, oh, no one is a perfect saint. No, we're saying you shouldn't be advocating for men hitting women and women enduring it. What do you mean? You don't need to be a perfect saint. This is like the pastors, right? After they go out and cheat on their wives with men, they come back in the church talking about, oh, I am not perfect. Girl, we know that you're human. What we are talking about now is not your perfection or lack thereof. It is the fact that you're out here cheating on your wife. That is what we are talking about. I'm not sitting here talking about, oh, no one is perfect. And you have these people in the church, for example, coming out talking about, yeah, no one is perfect. I don't like that defense. You don't need to state the obvious. I already know you are not perfect. I can look at you and tell you you are not perfect. Perfection was never the standard. But should you be hitting people and advocating for hitting people? I think not. We do not need perfection level of a standard to know you shouldn't be hitting people. What are you talking about? So if people aren't perfect, they're going to just hit people. I have never put my hands on someone. David, that is ridiculous. All right. So anyway, before I get back to Abba and Preach dragging them rightfully and dragging him, because apparently he left the United States because Passport Bros up 10 points and went over and the police are looking. Let me stop because this is all allegedly. I have no background. I did not look into this. I wanted to hire a private investigator because they're actually really good about these things to verify. And I was like, do I care to spend $500 for some information? No, I don't. I do not care that much. So I left that alone. Decided I'm just going to play and respond to Abba and Preach. I don't like. So when it comes to these kinds of things, I like it to be verified by me and using my fact finding mechanisms. I don't like to just react to other people because I don't want to spread misinformation. So I'm going to put a huge caveat. I'm not going to play the Ab and Preach thing right now, but my caveat here is a disclaimer, not a caveat, just a disclaimer. I cannot verify, have not verified any of the claims that Abba and Preach are going to be making about this man when it comes on. So please don't take anything coming about this man from here on out as fact, because I can't verify it. But you shouldn't be taking anything on here as fact, because period, I don't know anything. But before we get there, so the host of the Whatever podcast heard Destiny and Abba talking about him, and he decided to jump himself up on that stream to defend himself. I don't know why he did this, but fine. Let me play some of it because I don't really care. By the way, I know there's a ton of people talking about context. Context matters. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and I want to get done before the 3-hour mark. So I need to get all of this done in 10 minutes so I can open the panel for at least 30 minutes. There is a bell. I will be using the bell, so each person will have 30 seconds to a minute to talk, and I will be ringing that bell because we're trying to do this quickly. So I have to get through this. I would play this, but y'all don't need no context. Y'all are lying. Anyone who is like, oh my God, I need context, you don't. He said women should endure physical violence. That is it. If he said he didn't say that, he's lying. There is no more context you need. But if you want the context, please go to the Whatever podcast. The title of the video is Heated Debate with Destiny, Obnoxious Feminist Kicked Out, Dating Talk number 75. On the podcast, remember this, he does kick out a woman on that very same podcast. Just an FYI. Now hear what he has to say when he jumped his happy self on Destiny's stream to defend himself. Let's hear it.
I'm doing all right. Is the audio okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't really use Discord much, so.
Well, you should. It's the industry standard communications device, okay?
I should. Yo, by the way, what's your words per minute? You type fast as...
like 170, okay?
Damn, impressive. Impressive.
It
Wait,
is.
so question
Yeah.
for you. Your hair, did you cut it before the show or you just styled it differently? Yeah. Maybe I should have asked you before the show to go in the bathroom and just fuck it up.
Sounds, listen,
Yeah,
next time I'm on the show, if you want, we can go into the bathroom while you want, okay?
All right, deal. Hey, so am I canceled? Do you think I'm canceled or what?
No, why are you guys so freaking out over TikTok clips? I'm so confused right now. Isn't this what you guys do? Isn't this like the whole industry is like farming TikTok clips off each other?
No, it's been a little bad. It's been pretty bad, not gonna lie.
What has been bad? Do you show up sponsors?
No. Just like
then it's just people talking shit online. Does it matter? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm being really specific. Go ahead.
I guess it's like mostly shit talking, but getting like a couple death threats here and there, so that's always fun.
You guys have never had death threats before?
Not really.
Oh damn. Well.
But I don't know. I feel like and then I guess Daz Black, who I only recognize the name because I guess he made some massive hit piece on Tate.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed to not be a huge fan of the podcast because of something that a guest on the podcast said.
Okay, I don't know even what are we implying here?
Oh well, I mean, the whole clip that.
Oh, wait, who's Daz?
Daz.
Wait, hold on. Somebody's knocking on my door. I have no idea who this is. 1 second.
What's that called when you when they call the cops on you or whatever? Swatted. Oh, is Destiny getting swatted?
I fucking need to. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Okay. Wait, okay. Who's Daz Black? Catch me up.
Well, I guess he's one of the guys that retweeted the video or something.
Okay.
And it got a huge amount of engagement.
And he said he wasn't a fan of the show. Is that like a big deal, or?
I forgot exactly what he said. I think he was like, "Take their mics away."
Oh, okay.
I'd have to pull it up. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he's like one of the guys that was credited for kind of getting on the Tate cancellation train.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. To me, it's like, and I heard only a segment of what you were talking about with Abba, and basically it sounded like you were saying, "Hey, you were sitting on that side of the table. You should have said something when they were like with their crazy take or whatever." And yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't think you should have said anything. I think you guys, I mean, personally, I think you guys all believe that shit. I thought you were within your rights to say whatever you wanted. But I mean, that's just my perspective.
Well, I guess it's just interesting to me because I mean, I didn't say anything. I didn't say a word during that entire segment about the whole.
He's sitting there talking about, I didn't say a word, sitting up here, oh my God, what is happening? Voice cracking. This man is worried about being canceled after being up there dragging women, talking about how, oh, I didn't say anything. Please keep listening because he's about to talk about how he's so delicate and soft-spoken after he just kicked out a woman on the same podcast. What? What do you mean you're delicate and soft? Well, let me play.
Whole endure and abuse thing, like, so I don't know how to be responsible for something that somebody else said, you know? In the same way that, for example, Destiny, if Pixie or Aaron said some outlandish shit and you sat there silently, I wouldn't say that you co-sign on it unless you explicitly say so yourself or agree.
I disagree. I think that's something I'm like super cognizant of when I'm on those shows, especially because Aaron was being crazy. And Pixie was saying some things I didn't agree with too. That's why like at the end of those segments, I was like very careful to come in and kind of like give my take so that it didn't seem like I was co-signing what they were saying. Like when I came in, I was like, well, I think that patriarchy is this particular thing. Or like, here's an example of how corporations maybe shouldn't be. Like I was pretty careful to separate myself so that the audience didn't get the impression that I agreed with them. But also, I think you know this. I think most people know this, right? Like if somebody was on your panel saying some wild shit, like that you obviously disagreed with, I think you'd probably fight back against it. But I think the issue is that like, I think generally speaking, I think you probably roughly agree that like emotional abuse isn't a good reason to like leave a marriage or something. It's probably something you roughly agree with. That'd be my guess.
No, actually, I disagree.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Oh no, this is not MLD. This is the host of the podcast. His name is Brian. Please let it go viral that Brian was accepting. I'm kidding.
Yeah. But I don't believe you at all. But I mean,
what? But why do you think I'm like trying to do damage control? Like, I mean, here's the thing. I'm the host of the show. I bring on various people with different perspectives on things. There's things that I disagree with Chase, with MLD, with Mary, with you guys. I'm the host. I'm the moderator. And kind of one of the things that I do with the show is, hey, I just kind of sit back and let the conversation flow. And honestly, half the time, I'm not going to lie, I'm checked out of the conversation. Like I'm you saw me, I'm like going behind the scenes. There's some technical issues going on. I'm trying to keep tabs on super chats and TTS and all this stuff. And then I went off because I went away for like 10, 20 minutes to lay down because I've been having chronic neck pain issues and I have pretty bad like headaches and migraines. So I kind of just like let people talk and yeah.
Okay.
But so I mean, I don't know how to like, you think that I agree with Chase and Destiny just because by proxy, like just.
Well, no, because I feel like I've heard you like give takes. Like my guess is going to be, I'm going to start to fill in some blanks here, and I don't actually know, so I could be totally wrong. But like my guess is like you guys probably think that women are over exaggerating when they talk about abuse, or they've expanded like the definition of abuse to mean like anything, and that women aren't doing a good enough job to stick it out in rough marriages to try to fix it, especially for the sake of the children. That women are largely abusive when it comes to things like divorce, where men are getting fucked. Like these are probably all beliefs that I imagine if I go through your show, either you or other, probably you directly have given like all these takes before. That'd be my guess. Do you think that'd be true if I were to start going through VODs and finding it?
Well, I mean, I think you just listed off 4 or 5 different things there, but
I bet every single one of those things are things you probably agree with, right?
Well, here, list them again. List them again.
So you probably think that women make out really good in divorce, generally, yeah?
I would say women fare better in divorce than do men.
Okay, that's essentially what you're saying, for sure. So women fare better in divorce. You probably think that most divorces, 60% plus, are women's fault, right?
I've never said that. I don't know who.
Were you the one on the show, or was it?
I hate this. I'm glad it's like he's being called out and like being held to the fire, the flame, or whatever. Because I hate when people try to do this word trick. Like all these men shout, 80% of divorces filed by women. Why would you say that if you're not blaming them for the breakdown of the marriage? That literally makes no sense. This is what Destiny's about to say. Like, this is kind of ridiculous. And the fact that he's so soft, sweet, and submissive, I think y'all found the women you were looking for. Look, all these men have a ton of energy for women, but none for each other. And I'm not just saying like yell at each other. I'm saying being firm and saying, no, I disagree with you. Fresh and fit, they all do this. They have all this energy. So men seem to want people, and I think they keep saying women, and they probably shouldn't say women. They should say, I want people who are soft, sweet, and submissive, because in each other they can find that. Gay agenda verified.
I don't attribute fault necessarily to the man or the woman. What I do know is that women overwhelmingly initiate divorce. Who's at fault? I can't say.
Well, what would be the point of bringing up that women initiate divorce if you're not placing some blame on them?
What would be the point in saying that? I mean, well, my argument is, and this is an example of where I differ from Chase, is I'm not in favor of marriage.
But are you not in favor of marriage as an institution because you think it's bad, or are you not in favor because women abuse men with divorce?
Well, I think there's just such negative consequences typically that disproportionately fall on men when it comes to divorce, and that comes in the form of alimony payments. So
there's what I said earlier, that you think that generally like women make out better than men in divorce.
Yeah.
That women have. Were you the one that quoted that thing about 90% of divorces between educated people are initiated by college-educated women?
So I think what I've said is 80% of divorces are initiated by women, and it's higher if she's college-educated or if she's the breadwinner. Yeah.
So,
but let's get. You were listing out.
Yeah.
No, don't move on. Don't move on. Admit it. You blame women for divorce. So this is what we're getting to. Destiny is doing a really smart thing right now where he's explaining to Brian why it is that Brian did not speak up against these men, because he generally agrees with these men even regarding abuse. That is what is happening here. The fact that he's sitting here meandering around the point is annoying to me, because I am happy that, like, I do like people who, when confronted in real time, can stand up for what they believe in. I promise you, regardless of where I am, if you're talking to me, I can stand and say everything that I say online. I can say it. If I'm on someone else's stream, you can drag me all you want. I can stand firmly in everything that I say because I actually believe it.
Obviously, I can, because that was gonna be the next thing. Have you ever used that 90% figure before? I think you did.
I think I said it on the show that you were on.
Yeah. Let's see. You probably think a lot of quote unquote abuse is exaggerated from women, I would guess, like especially when it comes to like emotional abuse.
I don't know. I think no. Well, look,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Truthfully, I don't know. I do think that there are instances where.
Thank you, Korea Penny. The fact that he called on Destiny to judge and Destiny is holding court exhibit A, B, C, and D, period. As he should. I don't know who told him to call in, because I think he thought Destiny is just gonna like, you know what, you're a bigger content creator than me. I want to continue this relationship, so I'm not about to hold you accountable. No. I'm gonna see if you're logically consistent, if you're reasonably consistent, if you're morally consistent. I'm gonna see your consistency, and it doesn't hold up. So you know what? You are a wannabe.
People claim that there's over exaggeration. I mean, you've probably seen that in your own life, where people might over exaggerate a situation or make false claims about somebody to receive some sort of benefit. So. I don't think all abuse is over exaggerated.
Okay, but hold on, everybody. Hold on, no, wait, wow.
Understatement.
That's a boring. Of course, not all. Those are like statements we make when we so like when you say things like that, it makes me think your actual opinion is way more radical than it might even be. Okay, if I say like is something bad, and you're like, well,
hold on. You think my position is radical? What do you mean?
Well, hold on, because when you have
you're assuming what my position is.
No, I am, but then I'm asking a bunch of questions, and I admitted that. I fully admit it. By the way, I'm assuming that this is probably your position. You probably roughly agree with most things that were said, and I'm asking you a bunch of questions.
No, hold on.
Okay,
No.
Yeah.
I don't roughly agree with most of the things that were said.
I have a theory. Do these people just buy their way to the top of the podcasting world? I feel like that like these people like literally have no meaningful thought and depth, or maybe the general public likes that kind of fast food. That is a metaphor, because the ways in which we are consuming these people and making them big, and then you talk to them and you realize they have no depth, they're vapid, there is nothing there at all. It's kind of ridiculous to me. It's the same thing with oyster and the other one, Jedediah, clam. Oyster and clam are exactly the same. Just no depth or meaning. And no, I don't care what her profession was before she became what she's doing now. That is clam. I don't care. You sound dumb, you are dumb. It is what it is.
Okay.
Just because I sat there silently in the same way that, for example, and it's interesting that, for example, some of the other girls, look, if you silently, not you, but if you put in the girl who was kind of being toxic towards you, and then Billy, and then Pixie, and then Aaron silently in that clip, where MLD is talking about you must endure, why not attribute that same thing to them? Just because someone is sitting at that table and
I learn new words every live. Wait, what word? Can you let me know what word you learned today?
is not engaging in a particular conversational thread does not mean that they are co-signing. So it's a 5-hour conversation. I don't.
By the way, this is the best case for how useless these people are when they're like, oh my God, alpha male and women don't want. Girl, if women don't want no alpha male, you should not be in any kind of relationship, because this is the weakest thing I've ever seen. Well, I don't know if it's the weakest, but it's the weakest thing I can recall ever seeing. That is kind of ridiculous. I just read that. Oh, you said vapid. I hope that's not a new word. Thank you. How long until they flat out encourage physical abuse and pursue minor girls, barely legal women? I mean, they have. Both of those things have already been pushed. They're being pushed currently. They keep getting more and more extreme because the audience hasn't drawn a line. Yep, I will leave this up.
Feel the need to agree or disagree with every single stance that is taken, especially as the host and the moderator.
Well, I mean, okay. I don't know what you want me to do about what is
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think you had Abba on the call and you guys were like, well, he must clearly agree with I don't know exactly what you guys said.
Well, I mean, because obviously I think that. I think if somebody on your side was saying things like black people are subhuman, I don't think you would just sit there and kind of nod along. I think you'd be like, well, hold on. I don't think I agree with that. Right.
Well, but I think one of the issues, first off, with having as many people on the show as we did, we had 11 people on that panel, is it's pretty hard to get your voice in. I'm a soft-spoken guy. I'm fairly introverted. I'm not.
This man said, I am soft, sweet, and submissive, so I could not tell these other men what to do. Those were his words verbatim. Don't tell me anything else. That's what I heard. I heard him say, I am soft, sweet, and submissive, so I couldn't tell these other men what to do because, again, I am soft, sweet, and submissive. That is what I heard. So, again, for all the people in the manosphere complaining about Western women, you now found your match. This is who you want. I think we found it. I don't know why it's so hard. I think we need to get over homophobia. This is ridiculous. Now, this man is like, I am soft, sweet, and submissive. Those were the words I heard. I don't know what y'all heard, but that's what I heard. So, period. If y'all wanted soft, sweet, and submissive, well, you can find it in each other. Period. This man came on Destiny say, I am so soft spoken. Period.
Hold on. You're literally the host. You were able to quiet the conversation multiple times. You have literally control over the show and can kick people out. I don't think you have problems.
Yeah, but I don't feel obliged to, at every instance someone says something that I disagree with, that I need to make it a point to clarify, well, I don't that I disagree with this, or I agree with this. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. I mean, that could be an opinion you have. I think that most people would probably disagree.
Well, I think you're kind of bullying me into a position that I don't hold.
Well, okay, I don't know what to say about that. If I'm on a show, if I'm on a show and then you are on their side, roughly speaking, right? You guys are like the red pillars, right? So if you're on their side and people on that side are making claims and they're all roughly in agreement with each other, well, then of course I'm going to assume that you're probably roughly in agreement with them. Like, I think that's pretty reasonable, right? That's why when I'm on those shows also, like, I'm trying to think very carefully, like when Aaron was fucking acting insane, and even when Pixie was making arguments I don't agree with, I'm trying to think like, okay, what can I say when she finishes so that the audience clearly knows that I don't believe these things? Because if I don't say anything, I think it would have been fair for everybody to be like, oh, Destiny, especially because these are my friends, right? Well, if Aaron comes on and she starts getting super competitive and Pixie's saying stuff about how all men are oppressed, Destiny must believe the same thing. I would expect everybody to think that. Well,
I disagree.
Okay, that's cool if you disagree, but you would be wrong, okay? Because people will absolutely come to that conclusion. Even if it's not right, people will come to that conclusion, right?
Oh, certainly. People may wrongly come to that conclusion, but if Aaron started saying,
Girl, this man then went on to begging Destiny to please let him be in the orbit. Says, oh, you are such a good debater. How can I learn to debate like you? For the topics that come on my show, I don't do any research. I barely have time to prepare for these shows. I just kind of show up and let people talk. So that is his defense, that he's a useless... He essentially says, and I kid you not, please go listen to this. It's called Whatever Host Jumps on Stream to Address ABBA and Abuse Clip. At the 56-minute mark, he is explaining to Destiny all of this, and he says, please let me be a part of your orbit. How can I do that? I need to learn better. I don't know how to prepare. I don't have time to prepare. I just show up on these shows and let everyone else does the thing. Even though I'm the host, I'm more of a technical person, so I'm doing technical stuff, so I don't really engage. And I'm sitting there like, all right, why are you hosting then? He then says, I'm not smart. English is my second language, which it wasn't, because he said, I speak French, and then he couldn't. Like, these people are just useless, honestly. I don't care. The fact that I have a whole career here and I stay up at night doing my research, planning my live stream, getting my timestamps together, doing my research, getting a PowerPoint together. Like, the fact that there is so much, this is your job. What do you mean you don't have time to put work into what you're doing? That's not an excuse. And also, I'm sitting here and someone is talking about abuse. What kind of research do you need to do to know that you should not accept that women should stick through abuse? I don't understand what you're saying, sir. Like, absolutely. Let me play something, because let's see the soft, sweet, submissive king in action. Let's see it.
We were just talking about Chipotle.
what were you actually saying though?
I said, I'm so bored. And she said, let's go get Chipotle.
It's kind of rude, don't you think?
Well, I think it's kind of rude to be asking a woman to explain something that she's explained so many times.
You're on a dating podcast.
And you think that you're dating,
you're comparing it to like
not
wait,
first of all, Sherry has a point. Like, I'm on a podcast where men are begging women to explain themselves, and I'm complaining about how women are having to explain themselves constantly. That is kind of like dumb.
Someone has a...
But also is driving 5 hours from Washington to be on this podcast. That's dumb.
Drive here. I
fly here, whatever.
For work.
This
This is
is
my
for
job.
work. This is wow. What respect I have for you.
Bro,
Okay.
Was
why
that
are
known?
you shaking, bro? Okay.
You're
Like,
okay?
chill out.
I don't know why you're so angry.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just bored, and I've been sitting here
You
for
can
like
leave then. You want to leave?
hours. The vibe is so bad.
It's really not. You're the one who made it all...
It's been bad the whole time, and I'm sorry.
It was bad when people started disagreeing with
regret
you.
coming on.
Sorry.
It was my fault.
Okay.
Well, you
see
can
ya.
go, really.
You can leave. Get up. Leave.
You're shaking too now. Hey, what's shaking?
Okay.
Wait, you're literally can't watch your
You can leave. You can leave.
Wait, what?
Say we're shaking.
No, I'm joking.
Hey, get out.
Rage quit. Wow.
Get out of my studio. Hey, get out.
I can't give her my number.
No, you have to leave.
Damn. This is a bad look.
Only in a...
You can hear him, but he's around there saying, "Get out, get out, get out." You're not gonna sit here and tell me, "Oh my God, I'm soft, sweet, and submissive, so I'm just such a soft-spoken person. I can't really tell these men, no, I disagree." You were literally dragging that woman out of your place. I don't know what happened. I don't care. It's not for me to sit here and like, "Oh my God." All I know is I see you dragging women, you telling them to get out. So as soft spoken as you want to be, sir, you can definitely buck up and say no to women so you can do it to men. Oh no, you can't. So you are a wannabe. I wish I could say that fully out, but I won't. Women exaggerate abuse, but also Destiny is bullying me, right? Like he's just sitting, just useless. Let me start a masculinity course, because period. Oh my God, I went way over time. They're roasting the SCHMENZ. All right. So Abba and Preach put out some text messages about the guy that we were talking about before. He's actually right here. And apparently, there's a bunch of stuff happening in foreign countries, including him and women. You can look into that. I've decided that I will not be putting that out here because I can't verify it. And even though it's like I'm safe, legally, morally, it feels wrong. So I'm not going to do it. But I read him as toxic. So that's what I'm going to say. All right. So I'm going to drop the link. If you guys have anything you want to say, please come up and say it. We're going to try to do this until 2 for like the next 15 minutes. Because I do actually need to prepare for people to come over and eat some vegetables. Vegetables. All right. Let's do it in the after show though. You are not allowed to explain what wannabe is, by the way. That's not a thing. Because I don't know what it is, so no one should know what it is. I just say it. I just mean you want to be. You want to be like someone else. That is what wannabe means. That is what wannabe mean. Let me delete this right now where someone is attempting to explain what that is. Someone said not vegetables, period. All right. While we wait for people, I don't want to play this. Let me continue to play the.
Saying some outlandish shit, and you're on that side of the table. I would not say that you also share that exact same belief. Just because you opted to not agree or disagree with what she's saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the vast majority of people would just assume that you're in agreement. Like, for instance, I would agree, and I might even be wrong on this, but I would probably say that like Fresh and Fit probably agree on like 99% of shit. That'd be my guess. Because like it's not like they have a contradiction on the show, but maybe that's not true. Maybe they actually have like
You mean Myron and Fresh?
What did I say? I said Fresh and Fit, right?
Okay, between the two of them.
Yeah, they Fresh and Fit, those two. I would assume they probably agree on almost everything because it's not like they're ever like calling each other out on their opinions. But maybe they don't. Maybe they actually do have a lot of disagreements. But most people are going to watch the show and assume it's called Fresh and Fit. They never argue with each other. They probably agree with like 95% of things, right? But also keep in mind on the show, didn't you literally ask me like, did you guys plan for her to come in and troll like that? So I think you actually even did kind of assume that we were in on it, which we weren't. Also, to be clear, by the way, that was we.
Hey, The Rock. You're muted if you're trying to speak.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. First, I want to say that I volunteer to be the Edward Scissorhands for the vasectomies in the Black community. I have cut rates and happy to do the job.
Do you think vasectomies are? Wait, we need podcast limit laws in all states. Congress. Period. All right. I want to ask you on sort of a rational kind of stance, and then from I guess your personal stance. Does it make sense rationally for men who potentially want to have families and children to have vasectomies?
No, it does not.
All right,
Because
now you see.
again,
Oh, go ahead.
while there is within a certain window a possibility that the procedure could be reversed, it is considered permanent sterilization.
All right. So we're on the same page. However, you said we should advocate for it. Go ahead, explain yourself.
Well, look at the Black community. The majority of Black males sling their eggplants willy-nilly, don't care about the consequences, including STIs and STDs. They have a plantation buck mentality where they believe they sire the children and massa will take care of them. They generally do not father or
Wait,
parent.
is that true? Because last time I checked, they were mad that welfare took them out of the home.
Well, first of all, we know that that was only a rule that was for 4 years, and it ended before even I was born. I was born in 1969.
Can you say that they want the government to take care of the children? Maybe they want to actually take care of the children because they don't want welfare to take care of it. And
If they wanted to take care of their children, they have had centuries of opportunity to do that. And it is obvious because we can use our eyes, to observe. We can also use our eyes to read and examine the data that shows that they are plantation bucks. We have to accept that. It is how it is because look at the community.
And calling them plantation bucks, because I think that's disparaging. But I'm taking your point, and you're saying because of all the children without fathers in the community, that you think it would be a good idea for them to be quote unquote sterilized.
Yes, because there will be less people in general. I think, well, anyway, but there has to be something done to change things. And again, I believe because we have our eyes to observe and to read and examine data, that Black males have no interest in changing not only their position in society, and I'm saying human society, they like being the bottom bitch.
This is kind of interesting though, right? Because at the point where we're discussing vasectomies, I was hoping for someone else on this, but since you're doing it, we'll see. At the point where we're saying men should get vasectomies, I think at that point that the thing about women shouldn't sleep with them comes up. Not the child having, but the vasectomy.
Well, I think women shouldn't be sleeping with them as well. But again, because people give in to their...
If women stop sleeping with them, there would be no need for vasectomies.
But because people will give in to their carnal desires, I think the vasectomy is the failsafe.
But what if they want to have children?
Then they need to be men and not males. Men father children.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is vasectomies are voluntary operations, right? So saying you should have it does nothing if they actually want to have children because they don't have to take care of them. So like they won't.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a distinction, and I think it should not be voluntary.
Oh, absolutely not. Then we disagree completely.
No, because okay, it's voluntary now. Are they doing it? No, they are not. And so there must be something. I don't care if we incentivize it with money. Hey, here's $5,000. Get your ball snipped. Let's do it.
Like I'm joking mostly about vasectomies, just completely, but let me say I'm completely against it. Unless you don't want to have children, then period.
Well, I already have 2 children. I wasn't supposed to be able to have children. See, I'm on the flip side of this because I got married because I was dumb at 18. And I tried finding a doctor in all of New York State who would sterilize me because I did not want children. I had my second child. He was a gift because he wasn't a girl. I love my children. I love my daughter, but I did not want to raise another girl because the emotional abuse of that. Oh my goodness. Um, I could not get sterilized until I had my son. I had my son at 35. I had my daughter when I was 20, had my son at 35. And after I had my son, it was okay for me to get sterilized, even though I wanted to get sterilized when I was 18.
Gotcha. I look, I don't give advice, so I won't even get into this, but period. Thank you, the rock girl. Let's move. I think Kenny was first and then Chi Chi.
Before you go, I'm going to jump off. Have a great night.
You
Love the
too.
stream.
I need you to help me read every time I need to read, and I don't know how to like reach you to do this.
I sent you an email that you've never responded to, sir.
Oh, my inbox is full. I'm gonna clean out the inbox and then try to find you.
Let me DM you my email address on Instagram because I follow you there too.
All right, good. Yes.
All right, have a great night.
You too.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. All right, Kenny, go ahead. Kenny, you're muted if you're talking. You have to come off mute.
Hello.
Hey.
I was gonna say if Chi Chi's okay with it, she can go before me because I'm on my phone and I need to open this in my Safari tab. I just didn't want to drop
All right, that's fine. Go ahead, Chichi. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
It's a bit low.
Okay, hold on. Let me hold it up closer. I didn't want to put it on speakerphone. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Themis. I've always wanted to say I love, 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 love your show. Everything that you're doing it right. So absolutely.
Thank you. I was being facetious, Dark Bliss, but go ahead.
Yes. So I actually started at the beginning of your stream. I'm sorry if I'm being retroactive when I'm going back to what we weren't talking about.
You're fine. You can talk about anything.
Okay, perfect. So the adultification of little black girls is what I wanted to address, if that's okay.
Yep, you have a minute.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to say was I seen the original video. I made a comment. It wasn't on your page, it was on another page. And these were the two responses after my comment of like, oh no, this is so wrong. These are the two responses that I could, I guess, consistently put together. And the first comment was, there's no child that's left by herself, meaning she's a panderer. That's the first comment I got. And then the second comment that I got from this was being wrong and somebody should have stopped for her. The second comment was, well, and this is specific because so many people liked the comment, was that quote unquote, Big Shirley is coming around the corner to act like an animal to attack you for speaking to her daughter. Now, I just wanted to say both comments really had me disheartened because in my mind, I'm thinking this is a little girl that should be protected. But if the top two responses were one, she's a panderer, she's poor, she's begging for money, she's a beggar. And then the opposite is that she has a mother that's going to attack you in an animalistic stereotype. You know, those were the two responses I was getting on those comments. And so I just wanted to bring that up because I don't know if this is a reality of what the world view black women as. I don't want to give too much of my own thought, but more so wanted to present what the biggest critics when it comes to black women and black girls and black children, these are the two things that I got the most. But like I said, I love your work. I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if enough of us hear this as what people view us as, but animalistic or beggar. Those are our stereotypes as Black women and Black girls and children. I just don't think that's right.
Per capita, you guys are going to school. You guys are women are starting businesses, and stereotypes are they're going to take a while, but that is unfortunate. And it is true that this is where the culture is currently, but thankfully, Black women have been changing this. Um, and I appreciate that. That does not, I don't think that is emotionally satisfying for anyone because stereotypes are disturbing, but I appreciate that.
Yes, and the that I wanted to ask also was as women, as Black women, you know, you have to have so much grace when you're in our shoes. It's like, do we educate or do we just continue to be fearless in protecting ourselves? And even when we do either or, what is really the answer? And
Yeah,
so I just wanted to end on that. But thank you so
yeah,
much, Amos, for your
I
platform.
appreciate that. Thank you. I think Apple was next.
Oh, hi everyone. Hi, Themis. So,
Hey, you
um,
have a minute. Thank you also for, I think, yesterday coming up, but
oh
go
yeah,
ahead.
no problem. I wanted to say, so I don't know if we need to really give them all vasectomies, but I think we should put them on like some type of birth control, like Norplant or something, for some years or whatever, and that might help. Like, I don't know if there's a re-education, and this sounds really creepy, and like borderline against what we should be doing as a society, but I do feel that something definitely has to be done. So I'm not with the entirely thing of just giving them vasectomies, but like put them on some mandatory birth control or something. That's all I wanted to say.
All
And
right.
the turtleneck is superb.
Oh, thank you. You know I love a turtleneck.
All right. Good
Appreciate
night,
that.
all.
Jay,
Oh, hi, Femurs.
hey, how are you?
Good. Okay, I'm here to talk about the vasectomy because I'm all here for it.
Everyone is here for this vasectomy. I'm completely against it, but go ahead.
And this is my thought. I think, first of all, it should be discounted for them. And there should be a rule where you first go to the bank and do a deposit there. And if you deposit your little boys in there, and we have like 2 vials, then you get a discounted vasectomy. And then you're good to go get a passport, get on the plane, and go do whatever you want to do after
No. No.
But if they want to have kids and you have deposited, you can come back and have kids. You're
You
not
want to
paying.
know what I should do? I should do a live where you guys try to come up and convince me that vasectomies are good ideas for men and why.
That's true. Because women, we bear the burden of giving birth. We bear the burden of taking contraceptives. We bear the side effects of it. We bear the death if you're black and you get pregnant, and we know how the medical system treats you. I mean, I'm a doctor. I know this. I can
Period.
see.
Not you a doctor telling people to go get vasectomies.
Oh, I preach it all the time.
Are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor.
Period. So you're out here telling people to get vasectomies.
We don't like, how many men have been killed in wars in time immemorial, and yet we have continued to populate this earth with all those men gone. We don't need a lot of men to populate the earth. And if you need your DNA, deposit. We're good. We have the technology now. Go do a deposit, then come back, and we can talk about having kids. That's my
No.
2 cents.
I appreciate your 2 cents, but I'm going to say decline. I am not accepting change. All right. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. Come back up, though. We need to talk about you being a doctor.
All right. See you then.
Bye. Kenny, you're muted if you're talking,
Hey,
Kenny.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. perfectly.
Well, I was actually coming up about the abuse thing, honestly, but after hearing the vasectomy thing, I get it. Like, men are willy-nilly with their willies, but I don't agree that it should be a mandatory vasectomy thing at all. Like, I feel
The
like it would be just as bad to say all women should, any woman who doesn't want like an unwanted child should get her fallopian tubes. I think that's what they're called.
tide.
Tied, yeah.
For me, it's a matter of consistency. I blame men for not being fathers, right?
I do too, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can drag men for not being fathers. Please note, both people are responsible for sleeping with each other, creating the child. And if men are to get vasectomy, that seems like a weird thing because at that point we can say just don't sleep with them. Like that, because yeah. So for me, it's like I will blame men because men are wrong for not holding their end of the bargain, but you both slept together and created the child, so don't sleep with them. So, yeah.
Yeah, if you wouldn't sleep with him without a vasectomy, then you probably should just not sleep with him. But I'm not
No, no,
putting the blame on him, on the
you want to
woman or
know?
anything. It's
I
just that
can blame
that's
him or whatever. The thing is, the reason for me is when a man sleep with a woman, you've made the choice to have a child. That is my ultimate opinion. As soon as you lay down with a woman, whatever happens, you're responsible for it. So if you want to get a vasectomy, you should, but I'm not about to tell you to. Just note, as soon as you lay down with that woman, a child is your responsibility if it's produced.
And I completely agree with that. As someone who is literally gay and I have never slept with a woman. Like I would never do that and not expect the
Why? I,
possibility of a
but
child.
look, you don't know. Go ahead. I'm being annoying.
No, you're fine, you're fine. But I actually kind of forgot what I was. It's
You
just
were
the
you
vasectomy
said
thing
you
kind of
disagree with
distracted.
vasectomies.
Wait, what?
You said you disagree with the idea of forced vasectomies, and you were going to come up to
No,
talk about the
I don't.
abuse thing.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that men can be abused definitely, but as someone who has been basically 5'11" and like I'm like 140, but I was basically 120 pounds for most of my like teenage years and stuff like that. And I have definitely had my ass kicked by, oh, excuse my language, but I've definitely been beat up by a woman before. And it's just never that serious where it's like you can't get out of the situation without beating her to a pulp or something. Like you can show some restraint. It's just not that deep to me.
I
And
do
they've never
actually
left me
believe
with like a black eye or anything like that.
that is actually really a good point because I think this point got lost the last time I talked about this. It's if men are telling men to be restrained, then I'm okay with it. I don't like the idea that women are saying, I should be able to hit you, but don't do anything about it. Don't call the police. No, I'm going to call the
Oh, I
police.
completely agree with that. I
But
completely agree.
also, I think under that is the idea that I do fundamentally agree with this. If you are stronger than someone physically and you're not in imminent danger, even if it's a older girl with a younger boy, like it has no gender for me. But mostly we know that on average men are like bigger than women. So it generally happens where men have to be restrained. The
Yeah.
idea is that if someone is weaker than you and you're not in imminent danger, I don't think you have to be proportionate in your response. I think this is about grace, leadership, and care for fellow human beings.
I'm sorry. No, Patsy said she beat him up when she found out he was gay. That's not why she beat me up. That's not. We were playing basketball and she kicked the shit out of me. Like
So
that's not
you
why she
lied to
beat me
this
up.
woman while you were dating her.
I was not date. I have never dated I haven't dated a woman since I was like 6 years old. Like I had like my
They,
last girlfriend when I was like 6.
period. But yeah, no, I am in agreement. The stronger person should try to manage the situation in a way where people aren't getting harmed. and that's a lot of responsibility to put on someone who is being hit. But I don't see this as gendered. But I don't think anyone should be hitting someone. I think that is absolutely ridiculous position. But
I
that's
actually think that if like the same way it applies for women, if he hits you, you need to leave. And if a woman like slaps you across the face for some ridiculous reason, unless you had a child out of wedlock or something, like then I could kind of understand it. But like if she's just beating on you, then you also need to leave.
yeah, I'm against hitting, just as a general matter.
I am
But
in most cases.
huh?
I said I am in most cases.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could think of a reason where you have to defend yourself or whatever, but no, I don't believe in like physical violence. I feel like it's like so low level. It's like kind of disgusting. Like when I see people like engaging in like physical violence, it's like, ooh, yikes. But
I respect that.
yeah. Now, if you see me out there tussling, don't please forget that I.
Oh no, I'm filming it.
Have a good one.
You too. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming, Yama.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is it Yamagata?
Girl, yeah,
Period.
period. I love you, Themis. I just
Thank
wanted to
you.
I just want to come over here really quick and talk about the benefits of marriage versus single mother. I just want to tell my personal experience real quick. I wasn't able to work during most of my pregnancies. I tend to get really sick, and I didn't want to send my kids to daycare after they were born. So being married, I was able to stay at home, breastfeed, and care for my children in the home. During one of my girlfriend's pregnancy, she was on bed rest the entire time, and her husband had to care for her and her son. Now my kids are grown. I don't work now. I don't pay any bills. My husband covers all my bills while I work on my doctorate. Married women and married people, happily married people, are quiet. You won't hear them talking, but miserably married people complain all the time. So a lot of times people's like, everybody I know that's married, they're miserable. No, they're not miserable. It's a lot of people aren't miserable. They're happy. They're just very quiet. And finally, if anything happens to my husband, I am an instant millionaire. And if anything happens to me, so is he. So it's just this thing about, telling
Wait,
people.
what do you mean sorry, what do you mean he's an instant millionaire and you're an instant millionaire if something happened to each of you? Aren't you guys already a millionaire if you guys would be in the passing? Your money already combined should make you both millionaires.
No, we're not. But our life insurance policies, we're well taken care of in case
Oh,
something.
gotcha. You were talking about the life insurance policy. Gotcha.
So I just want people to know that there's this thing against marriage, and that I hear a lot. I want you to know, just like I said, that happy people aren't going to you're not going to hear from them. And secondly, when you get women have to deal with a lot of things when they're pregnant, and a lot of women aren't able to work. And if you don't,
I don't think. Wait. I don't think. I actually like hearing this because I like hearing happy stories. But I don't think like if you are in a good marriage, that's great. Actually, that's not just good. That's great. But the idea was that just saying marriage is not useful. Right? Because I was saying if you're in a marriage where you have to take care of the child and you have to take care of the husband, you are probably better off single.
I don't see it that way.
Wait, let me repeat that again. If you're in a marriage where you have to take care of the child and the husband, and this is like this is the status quo, that is you are better off single.
Oh,
You have
yes,
to-
I agree.
oh, all right.
Yeah, because I don't take care of my husband. He's an able-bodied man. He's a real man. He takes care of himself.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy cooking for him. I do enjoy rubbing him and catering to him. I like that. I enjoy it. I don't look at it as a burden. For everything he does for me, that's the least I could do.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's good. What works for you and for people works for them. I think the general comment is about sort of the stats on black marriages, and unfortunately, thankfully for you, this is not the case, but like black women having to like date down, and that date down economically and academically and socially and all of that. But I think I don't want it to get lost that there are good marriages. I wish we had the secret for how to get these good marriages, but I do think marriages are beautiful, amazing things. So if I've ever made it seem that way, then no, I'm just against the idea that, oh, you can't be a married single mother. You can be a married single mother. And not only like a married single mother, it's even worse when you have to take care of a husband and a child. And also after divorce, if you are a single mother, then you were just in the same position as a single mother before marriage. So that's what we were talking. That's what I was talking about.
Exactly. Absolutely. I mean, I've been very blessed, and I know this isn't, how it is for everyone, but I just think we should not be uh, encouraging Black women to not seek out marriage. That's just horrible for the children. That's not good for them.
I think it's terrible to tell women to seek out marriage, period. I think you should seek out good partnership and marriage, good marriage. And it's very difficult to figure that out. But I think I have to admit this. I do take issue with like you need to get married, drum that is beaten, because a lot of women are doing better as single people than if they were married, because if you're marrying, hopefully you're marrying people because you're compatible and you have things that work together. I hate the idea that like just get married, and it feels like when people say get married, they don't qualify or explain any of this. It's like, oh my God, just get married. I talk about anecdotally my friend who is literally financially taking care of her aunt, both of them, who are married to men who cannot provide for them, either financially or emotionally. I can't speak for physically. And they're like pressing her, like, you need to get married, you need to get married, you need to get married. And it's like, okay, but you're saying I need to get married like you, but I don't want what you have. Like, that is like, we need to qualify a lot of this. Like, some people are like, oh my God, I'm married. Like, when you say that to me, I literally don't even understand. Like, I'm like, okay, period. Is it a Derek Jackson marriage? Is it like a Beyonce marriage where the man cheats but provide? Like, what kind of, is it a marriage where there's mutual respect and care and you both grow together and are relying on each other? Because that's beautiful. The last one.
Yeah, but I just think that it's something about like this generation where they just expect everything to be absolutely perfect. No marriage is going to be perfect, and it's just so. Just one other point that I really want to get across that I forgot a minute ago is that if you aren't married, you can have ideas of what you want for your marriage, but you can't tell me to not anything about marriage if you've never been married. You've never been married. You can't tell me what it is up to a marriage when you haven't had one. No one has even asked you to marry them, but you're going to tell me that I should not be married and tell other single people that they should not be married. That is crazy. I don't know why anybody would listen to anybody tell them not to seek out marriage and to not want to be married if that's what they want.
I don't think, are there people telling people not to get married?
Cynthia G, I love her. I listen. I'm a subscriber. I love you, C. But she tells people that all the time. That's my only disagreement with her, is that she's constantly telling women that marriage is not good for them, and that is a bold-faced lie. She is having women in single motherhood, and she is. They are stressing and struggling when they could have it so much easier if they had a nice, good man who would take care of them. They are out there.
Yeah, the question isn't if they're out there. The question is how many of them are out there and how do you find them?
I think that Black women look for style over substance. They don't look for the right thing. When I was dating, the things that I looked for was loyalty, character, just very, very basic things. I did not look at money. I looked at the potential for money, and I got everything that I wanted pretty much with
Wait, are you saying Black women are looking for money?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they look for style over substance. They look for Instagram pics instead of actual character traits.
Black women?
Black women. All women pretty much are doing that a lot of times.
No, but like when we say this, I feel like we are speaking from a place of like more emotion than something else. Because if you agree with Sinji, well, let's not use Sinji because I don't think that's fair because she's not up here to defend herself. So when we're thinking about sort of the rhetoric around Black womanhood, the reality is that they date down on literally all grounds, like literally every single ground. So the idea that you were saying that Black women are not choosing right essentially is mind blowing to me because, like, unless you know how to choose right.
If they're dating down, they're not dating properly.
But you were just saying, see, there's no winning because you were like, they should stop look for money. Like money shouldn't be it. And now you're saying they shouldn't date down. And I'm talking about financially and academically, specifically, because those are the research I can find.
Yeah, I didn't look at money. I looked for the potential for money. Was he a hard worker?
You know, but again, the potential leaves us looking at a Kevin, what's his name? Is it Kevin Hart? The short guy, the comedian. The starter wife phenomena. I don't need him to do this. Like the idea that Black women are dating for potential is very well known.
Okay. Well, also you have to look at like careers. If you're going for somebody in the entertainment industry, like the person that you mentioned, Kevin Hart, a lot of them do have a starter wife, but you need to protect yourself if that's the route you want to take. But ultimately, it goes back to character. And those things are what is extremely important when looking for dating, expectations and things like that.
I'm going to read the super chats in a moment. Sen,
hey.
I know you wanted to respond, so I'll give you the time to respond.
Yeah, so, she's not the only one who made this comment in the chat box saying if you've never been married, you can't tell anybody about marriage. Can you please tell me why? Why do I need to be married in order to tell women why marriage is not a benefit to them?
Because you have no experience. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't put
I don't need experience. I simply need to know how to read marriage data. That's all I need to know. I need to know whether Black women gain wealth or lose wealth, whether Black women are happy or miserable, whether Black women are being married single mothers, or do they have fathers for their children? Are they being cheated on in their marriage? I don't need to be married to know any of that. I simply need to know. All I need to do is look up the divorce data, why they're getting divorces, and how their marriages are playing out. It is simple-minded and intellectually unintelligent and false to say that someone needs to be married in order to determine whether marriage is a beneficial or a bad decision. Absolutely not. Now, you can be triggered because you don't like the truth, but at the end of the day, I don't need to be married to do research on marriage, especially how it plays out in the Black community. How long have Black people been getting married? The data is out there. Every data source says that marriage is not beneficial to Black women. They don't inherit wealth. They're being rooted to poverty. So actually, you don't know what you're talking about. And that's why you came up here and provided some anecdotal evidence that doesn't apply to anybody but you, that we can't even confirm. You could be sitting up here lying for all we know.
I'm not going to try to argue with Sister G because she's going to beat my ass every single time. But
no. Well, it's not. You can't argue it because then you would have to be arguing against data that is true. So you can't argue it unless you argue against the data. Find me the data. Here's what you can do. Find me the data that says that marriage is beneficial to Black women, and then I'll never speak on marriage again.
All right. Yama, so I know you said you can't argue with Sin because she will destroy you every single time, I think you said. But I do want to kind of dissect this a little bit. Sinji is saying essentially that your identity does not matter in terms of content creation and speaking on certain things once you have the data to back it up. How do you respond to that claim?
There are certain things that happens within a marriage that unless you have experienced them, you will not understand. And the data does not include those things. So she can say all of these things. And some of the things that she said, I didn't even say, but she's a professional arguer. So she's going to say, things a certain way. And that's fine.
So let me ask you a question.
Sin, wait. Did you finish, Yama? I interrupted you. I didn't interrupt Sin, so I just wanted you to be finished before.
Yes, I am.
So your claim then is that there are things that happen in marriage that the data does not capture.
Correct.
And those things would justify losing resources on the woman's part and dating down, as it were.
I never said to date down. I think women should not date down. That's what I said.
So when you say all right, let's say Sinji's not married and Sinji's not married, I am not married, and no one should be talking about it if they're not married. What about like Professor Ralph Richard Banks, who says this to Black women?
He's married to a Black woman.
Yeah, what about him? He said, this is not good for you unless you're marrying out.
He's proposing marriage, but just not within your own race.
Yeah. So the idea then is that marriage within the race is a problem even for a man who is married, who wrote the book.
Yeah, and he has data in the book to back up the things that he's saying, but he's not saying that marriage is within itself a bad thing or something that Black women should not do. Like some.
All right, wait. So the claim then for Sinji is that, Sin, you can respond to this and ask your question, that you are saying Black women should not get married.
I actually never said Black women shouldn't get married. I said Black women should seek other groups of men who actually value marriage and who have been socialized differently than Black men have been. So I'm thinking that she gets so triggered by the marriage discussion that she's probably not listening fully. But I would like to ask her a question, because I don't need to know the ins and outs of everybody's marriage. And to think that I do is very myopic to think. I don't need to know the ins and outs. When marriage data gets collected, the data collectors don't know all of the ins and outs of everybody's marriages. They're going by, why are you ending your marriage? So my question is, how often do happily married people get divorces?
I wouldn't know. I'm happily married and doing very well. I don't know.
Well, you should know. If you can sit here and tell me that everything that I'm saying is invalid, then you have to know how often happily married people get divorced. And I'll tell you something, happily married people do not get divorced. So if they're getting a divorce, then clearly the marriage is not happy. It's likely dysfunctional, especially when people say that their marriage is irrecoverably broken, meaning there's no possible way to fix it. They have irreconcilable differences. You can look at those terms and you can make conclusions about what's going on in their marriage. We don't need to know all of the details. So the bottom line is, data is enough. All I need is to understand the data in order to be able to speak on whether Black women getting married to Black men is a good business decision, because at the end of the day, marriage is a business and it is not a good business decision. There's no piece of data that says it's a business decision. Now, if you're thinking emotionally, and if a Black woman wants to marry a Black man because she loves him and she thinks she's going to get a commitment out of it, which statistically she's not, because infidelity is very high, especially among Black men in marriages, then she can do that for emotional reasons. But she'll regret it like most Black women do.
All right, wait. This sounds like, wait. This is a complete. I'm going to use the word that that guy said instead of moot. This is a mute point because you were saying, Sinji said, don't marry anyone. Marriage itself is bad. And she's saying, I said, don't marry black men or like marry up or something to that. There is qualifiers there. So it feels like it's a moot point. Like there's no, like I don't understand what's happening now.
Okay, well, I just want to say that I want her to stop saying I'm triggered. I'm not triggered at all. My concern is this: is that continuously, I would definitely say that Sinji is not a proponent of marriage. And she can talk about data this or data
No,
that.
no, you can't do that. That is a completely separate claim. To not be a proponent of marriage is very different than saying, Sinji saying black women should never get married.
Okay, well, that's what I have taken. And I think a lot of people that listen to her have taken that stance that that's what they hear from her. And a lot of women who cannot get married and who have no prospects of getting married sometimes like to take on this thing of where, all married people are miserable. And
You see what you just did? I think the problem.
She's triggered. You're very much triggered, and that's why you're going into the women who think this way can't get married. Which women can't get married? I would really love to know which women can't get married.
Honest,
No, I'm sorry. I just muted everyone because regardless of how this comes out, my issue is when we weaponize marriage, it seems odd. Look, this is a true statement. Almost every woman, if they want, can be married. You want to know why? Because if you lower your standard enough, there's someone there to get married with you. Like this idea that you can't get married is not true. The reality is, not every, I'm going to say most women, if they really want to, can get married. So I don't like the weaponizing of marriage itself. And the way you were saying, like, there are women who can't get married and that's why they're upset. It's like, I don't understand why. This is also why I come out the way that I come out. It feels like marriage is someone said, no. Are you telling me that if a woman who really wants to get married cannot find someone experiencing homelessness to get married? There's a ton of men in prison right now. If the standard is that low, that will marry you. The idea is that marriage itself cannot be the pinnacle of success for women. There have to be standards and levels to the different kinds of marriages. We cannot just keep saying get married as a blanket statement. That is absolutely useless.
Especially when there are tons of immigrants who will marry just for a green card, and you still married. You just got married for citizenship. Like this is really a remedial discussion. It really is, because I'm dealing with people who I know are emotionally triggered, because at the end of the day, for most Black women, marriage is the only thing that gives them a sense of validation and worthiness. And once you start stripping at marriage and they see, oh, not you're married, but your husband is somebody else's boyfriend, you're a married single mother, you're miserable, you don't have access to the resources that you thought you had. You signed a prenup. So once you leave that relationship, you're going to be rooted into poverty. Then they start getting triggered, because now I can't go around and feel like I'm better than the next Black woman. And only Black women, because Black women, what you'll notice is they won't go into areas with white women or Hispanic white women and Asian white women and try to one up them on marriage, because they can't, because those women are more likely to get married than Black women are. So what they'll do is they'll sit on panels like what she's doing, and she'll act like marriage is some sacred elite club that only certain women can enter into. And that's how y'all talk about it. And it ain't. We already see y'all's marriages being on display. All data sources say you miserable. Your lifespan is being cut off. You basically are an indentured servant. And when you get out of that relationship, you're going deep into poverty. So at the end of the day, you can try to flex on it. You can say, oh, all women can't get married. You can do whatever you want to make yourself feel special, because that's what a lot of y'all use it for, to feel special and good about yourself. But at the end of the day, it don't faze me because I already know I could probably go get married to your husband if I wanted to. These dudes ain't loyal. 9 times out of 10, and this is not a dig, but 9 times out of 10, your husband is probably somebody else's boyfriend. It just is what it is. So just because I don't delude myself and live in a fantasy of what marriage is, don't think that I can't be married if I wanted to. I could have been married 3 times already if I wanted to.
Yama, you can choose not to respond or respond. The issue is, it is true that most women, if they really wanted marriage and they didn't have any could get married.
I think I'm being misconstrued in what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is that women, because we have children, take on a lot more burdens than a man. And if you have a husband there, he can provide for you and take care of you so you don't have to work during those times when you're the most vulnerable. And
Pause right there. So that is the first qualification. You don't have to go on mute. That would be the first qualification insofar as you would need someone who can provide.
Yes, sir.
So even when we're talking about marriage, then the whole thing should be like dating people. Even in your scenario, someone who can provide for you and your family.
Yes, my husband has always provided. We've never gotten
It's not personalized. It's not at you. I'm just saying, like, the idea is that people keep saying marriage, 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 and it's like, it's not any marriage. It's a very specific kind of marriage that is good. A lot of marriages aren't that great, i.e., divorce. And so when we're thinking about marriages and like saying, oh, if you don't have if you're not married, you can't talk about it. It's like, yeah, but no, because that's not the touchstone for whether someone can talk about something is if they are a part of it or in it. It's, is this a good thing? How do we define good marriages? How do we get women to find quote unquote good men? How do we create these kind of relationships that are mutually beneficial and good for people, beneficial involved? So
but the thing is, I think that when they're talking about marriage, they're inherently within that. They're saying a good marriage. No one's saying get married and think
that's
of a
not
bad
good.
thing.
That is not good because, like, I've actually had debates where a grown man sat up here and said it is not the quality of the marriage, it is that you are married. So I can take as fact that when we say marriage, we talk about good marriage. I've had pastors come on here and I had to fight to say, we don't just need any kind of man in the home, we need a good man in the home, right? Like, these things that we take as fact aren't facts. And when we use language like, oh, just get married, or you need to get married, without questioning what kind of marriage it's going to be, we set particularly young girls up to like accept. Like Danae Jackson, for example, was extremely happy in her mind when she got married, the day she got married, even though the man she's marrying has cheated on her up until the marriage. Like, how does that make sense? So, like, it's not just like, I do not believe when we say marriage, we de facto mean good marriage. I think we just actually mean marriage.
And can I say this really quickly? Because I don't want her to think that I'm coming for her when I say, somebody's husband is probably another woman's boyfriend. Married women don't understand how available their married husbands are. If I had like $1 for every time a married man hit on me, I would be a very wealthy woman, and I could have very easily been somebody's side chick in a marriage, except that I don't deal with married men. That's the only reason why I have not been with a married man, is because I don't deal with married men. Not because married men are loyal and faithful and worried or concerned about their wife. They are not. And married women should get off of their high horse and start listening to single women when we tell you your husband is single and you are married. He's living his life like a single man. You just want to believe that that man is dedicated to you because somebody told you that you're going to get a loyal man if you get married to him. And I'm telling you, no. Married men are not out looking for other married women. They're looking for single women. So you should go talk to some other single women and see if your husband has been as faithful as you might think he is. Because I can guarantee you he's not.
And the STD rate in Atlanta, I don't want to talk about this, but I will. The STD rate for Black women has increased in Atlanta, but all over the US, but in Atlanta specifically. I know this because of some kind of knowledge that I can't talk about. And these women are married where the STD rates are going up, and the husbands did not have the STD before the marriage, and they caught the STD during the marriage and gave it to the wife during the marriage. I think even if you promote marriage or whatever, I think people should be careful because, like, even in marriages, women are being taken advantage of and are still fighting to be chosen by their husband. And the Danae Jackson's interview is fresh on my mind. So if I seem harsher than usual, I want to first apologize for that. But like the fact that I'm watching a woman break down because she was in a marriage where she had to compete for her husband, like that is bizarre to me. So we probably should have this conversation again after the Danae Jackson's interview is like not like right in front of me. And I'm
Yeah, because married men be out here wilding out in these streets and they wives be just acting like, and a lot of the time I think their wives do know. I really do think their wives do know. They just pretend that they don't because at the end of the day, at least she got the ring. Yeah, you got the ring, the drama, the lies, the deceit, the STDs, the side family. You got all of it that comes with it. And the problem they have with me is that I'm not going to lie about it. I don't need to be married to validate myself. If I want to get married, I'll get married. I'm not opposed to getting married. I'm just not like one of y'all that run around thinking marriage is the end all be all. No, if I get married, I get married. If I don't, I'm fine with that. It's not going to do anything to my self-esteem. I'm not going to run around thinking that the world see me with a crown of gold around my head just because I'm married. No, I'm still going to be a Black woman and I'm still going to get stereotyped the same whether I'm married or not. It's not going to change anything. The only thing that might change is that a lot of women's husbands might be more attractive than me. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I just don't see marriage as the fantasy that y'all see it as. I see it as the reality that it is. And these men don't care about no vows when they run across a single woman that they're attracted to. They couldn't care less if they got a wife at home. And that is just the truth. Y'all don't have to like it, but it's the truth.
It's not the truth. It's just the men that you
It absolutely is. See, this is delusion. This is delusion at this point. Because she wants to think her husband is at home being faithful, and 9 times out of 10, he's not. You can be delusional if you want to. This is the reality. The reality is go talk to single women, and they'll tell you how many married men are approaching them. If you don't want to hear it, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, because you're married. So you're married, so of course you don't want to think your husband is out there finding stray vagina on the streets, but he probably is. Okay, yeah, so said every married woman who.
One second. I'm so sorry. I hate hitting mute. A slight headache. Finji just laid out her case. Yamagata. How do you respond, if at all? And don't just be reductive and say it's not the truth. Like, somewhat respond. I'm not expecting you to like debate, bro, or debate or whatever. But like, I would like to hear a response outside of like, that's not true.
I'm just saying that not all men cheat, that there are some good, honest, decent men on this planet. And I know Cynthia G has never met one of them.
How do you know your husband ain't cheating? How do you know your husband's not cheating with me? I'm just asking. How do you know that your husband don't talk to me behind the scenes? How?
No, he would not want you, Cynthia. He just wouldn't. Trust me.
Well, tell me his location and I'll prove to you that he does.
Oh my God!
Feel free.
If you really want to put it to test, look. If you really think your husband, if you really think your husband's that faithful, if you really think your husband's that faithful, I can help you find out. If you really think he's that dedicated to you, I can definitely help you find out.
Look at you. You are very beautiful, but he would not look at you. He don't want you.
Girl.
Because
what do you want to find out?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so do you want to find out? Would you like to find out?
Of course.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can. Well, listen.
I don't have to test him.
Listen.
I know him. I know him.
Okay, give me his social media profiles. Don't say nothing, and I'll show you how dedicated he ain't.
Some of the best men aren't on social media. That's the thing, Sam. They're not on social media. The best men
Right.
aren't.
And not that you know of. Oh, okay. So basically, he has hidden social media accounts that you don't know about. Basically,
No, he
you don't know about his social media accounts. Okay. All right, Miss Delusional.
You are so freaking bitter.
About what? About what? Let me guess. Let me guess. I'm bitter because I can't get a ring and you can.
No, not because of that. It's because you think all men are
Okay.
crap, and they're not. Some are good people. Famous is one.
Okay, that's fine. They can be good people. That ain't gonna stop them from cheating, girl. Do you know how many good men probably cheated?
Never
Didn't they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions? Girl, bye. Stop it and embrace reality. And the reason why you're getting so triggered is you probably the funny thing is you're up here getting triggered, and it's probably because you've already suspected that your husband was cheating. You probably just convinced yourself that he wasn't.
All right, wait. All right. Yamagata, go ahead. You can respond. All right, go ahead.
I don't know what to say. It's Yamagata girl.
Yeah, sorry. I've lost control of the live stream, and that's on me because I
love you, Sin. I really do. I think your content is so valuable. I listen to every video. I get your notifications, and I encourage women. And some of the things that you teach, I teach my daughters. However, the only thing I do disagree with you on is the marriage thing. And but I do love you and I support you. I really do.
So
and I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to comfort nobody. I'm just trying to tell the truth based off data. And the truth is the way that Black women approach marriage is not beneficial to them. They need to stop getting married to say they have a husband and find a man who actually values marriage and marriage vows. And clearly, if the rate of divorce is 3 times the rate of marriage in the Black community, then obviously the women are not happy in it because they're the ones initiating the divorce. So to sit there and act like Black women are happily married is a lie. No, they're not. They're not happily married. And we should be looking at that divorce rate that's 3 times higher and figure out what needs to happen in order for it to be lowered before we start talking about marriage. Because essentially all you're doing is setting somebody up for failure. You're telling them to get into a union that is more likely than not to fail and very quickly. And then it's going to cost her, not him.
And Cynthia, I think that you are setting women up to be single mothers, which isn't good for the children. So
because where are you getting single mothers? Where are you getting single mothers from someone who's literally going around telling people, Black women, not to birth their children? You can't be a single mother unless you birth a baby. So what are you talking about? I'm telling them not to even birth their children. So what I'm telling them to selectively mate. And because I'm telling them not to marry them, you're somehow getting single motherhood out of a discussion where I'm telling them don't even have a baby by them.
Because the truth of the matter is that single motherhoods are still rising. They're still being single mothers and they're not choosing to have standards like you say and get married first and then have kids.
No, because getting married first isn't going to change that. Marriage is not a remedy to that.
So that's the question, right? The point is moot as it relates to Sin being against marriage, because she's against certain kinds of marriage, not all marriage. Yes or no, Sin? Is that correct? If not, then you can explain. Are you against all marriage? Because I'm
not against all marriages. I'm against getting in a marriage just because you want to be married and say you got a husband and flex on the next woman. Black women need to get married strategically and not just because they want a Black man so they can produce a Black baby. They need to be thinking about way more than, oh, at least I got the ring. No, get married to build generational wealth. And if you're going to do that, then you need to require this man to have some money. Why do people keep saying that people shouldn't look at marriage for the number one reason that marriage was created, which is building wealth? That is why it was created. That's
Yamagata,
why marriage was created, for political
wait.
power and wealth.
Wait,
No
so
one. Go ahead.
Yamagata girl,
No,
are you disagreeing with that?
no one gets married to flex.
No.
Okay? No one gets
No,
married.
that
But
is
she
not
keeps
the
saying that.
question.
It's not
You was up here. You
Wait,
was
wait,
up here trying to flex, though. You was sure was up here trying to flex. You wasn't.
I was not flexing.
Wait, oh my God, stop, everyone. Yamagata girl, do you disagree with what Sin just described?
Oh, with what part? I'm sorry.
She was describing marriages that she is for and marriages that she's against. Do you disagree with this?
Okay, I think that there
It's a
are women.
wait. It's a yes or no question. Do you disagree with what she just prescribed?
No.
All right.
I think that there are women that need to hear her message.
All right. Wait, forget the women who should hear. Do you disagree with what she just prescribed?
She says a lot, so I would need the
She
particular.
said that she's not against marriage, but women who get married should be strategic. That is simply what she said. Do you
Oh,
disagree with?
absolutely. And
All right, so you guys are on the same page then. So
Yeah,
you are saying to get married to not be single mothers.
right, exactly. And to protect yourself in case you get sick, like I was a lot, and some of my friends, they couldn't work and their husbands provided for them during that time.
So you see how just getting married isn't going to solve that, but to be strategic in how you get married would.
Absolutely.
Siemens, doesn't the data says that when a woman is married and she gets sick, doesn't the data says most of the time the husband leaves her, not stays and take care of her?
Yes.
So these women don't know anything about marriage. They don't know anything about marriage. It's not going to get a man to stay with you when you're sick. He's going to leave you when you're sick.
I don't think the way to have this conversation, and I could be wrong, is to use data. Unfortunately, that's how we should be engaging in it. But I'm trying to test Yamagata girl's position insofar as if you agree with Sin that women should be more strategic in getting married, and regardless of how strategic you are, there is a vetting issue, but standard boundaries and expectations, fine. To the extent we have this, then wouldn't that be a better solution to the quote unquote being a single mother than like marriage as a band-aid? Yes or no?
Y'all are determined to look
You're
at
not
marriage as an
responding.
unhappy thing. You want
I
to
don't
look
think
at
you're
it as
responding to this. I mean, if you think I'm disingenuous in my questioning, I do actually apologize because I'm not trying to be. It feels like you guys are, if you're not saying what Sin is saying, you are saying just get married to get married. And that doesn't seem, that seems an odd position to have. So
No, and I didn't say that. I never said that.
what is this
I vetted my husband very well.
So what is disingenuous about the idea that women should be more strategic in how they decide to get in marriages?
They should, but typically women don't know how to do that I'm seeing. And so they just have this negative, they end up with this bitterness and this negativeness regarding marriage.
Women in happy marriage should probably teach about how to vet and all of that. I will caution you though, and this is not about you. Sinji said it in a really, what I describe as crude way. The truth though, there is a lot of truth in that. There is a woman on TikTok saying she would steal your husband, and what she did was there are married women under her post that are dragging her essentially for being a side chick and whatever, and she goes to their husbands pages and gets them to talk to her and send pictures and set up meetups. And overwhelmingly, these women are frightened by the reality because the woman doesn't do anything. She just sends it to the wives and say, this is what your husband is doing. Overwhelmingly, like she has not had a failure yet where these husbands are like reaching back out to her and sending her the pictures and setting up rendezvous points. Like, I am not saying this happens all the time. There are good men out there. I am sure of it. I know this as a fact. But the idea that someone is saying be cautious and that is a problem, even if it's negative, I feel like this should be okay. And I don't understand.
There are ways to vet a man to make sure if they are the cheating type. My husband, I would stake my life on it that you could try him, and it's just not going to happen. He has such an integrity in everything he does, and so that's how I know who he is as a person. He's so much better than I am, so much better than most of the people I know on the planet. So he's very unusual. But there are ways to vet a man to make sure he doesn't cheat. He's not a cheater.
I feel like every woman says that about her husband. I really do. I feel like every single woman says that about her husband. Oh, my husband would never cheat. Oh, he's dedicated. Oh, he's such a good guy. Until you find out he's cheating. Like, really?
Yeah, I don't think very many women, Danae being an exception, is knowing that their husband cheat and like, yeah, my husband cheat.
Yeah, I'm not Danae, and there's a lot of good women. Like I said, married women are quiet, and she was saying that I was flexing. I wasn't flexing. I was just trying to encourage women. I never talk about my marriage. I never post any pictures, nothing, because people just are so judgmental, about things like that. And so I just don't flex, but I do want to encourage women to, as you say, they must choose a good marriage, have a good marriage, because it really is beneficial. I wouldn't have been able to achieve hardly any of the things that I have achieved without my husband. And I'm so grateful to him. And you just never hear that anywhere, and that's just really unfortunate.
I appreciate this, and I will say, because I don't know, I don't want it to feel like it's being unfair to you, because I don't want that to happen. If you have, and I'm saying if because I don't know, so I apologize for that too. If you have a good relationship where the man is doing what he needs to do in your mind and you're doing what you need to do, then that is beautiful. And I don't think, hopefully, nothing here will dissuade you from that because you're already having a tight relationship. So I can accept that and take that and give you the space to say yes. If the marriage is good for you, then that's amazing. And if other people can find good marriages, then I am also for that. Like, that is my position. So I'll let you get your last word. Sinji, you sound sick. Before you come back to you.
I am. I am. And that's the thing is, I didn't even want to, I'm getting off my sick bed to talk about marriage because somebody, gotta come for me and basically try to drag me based on, I don't see how my opinion on marriage affects anybody to the degree that they would feel like they got to jump on a panel and call me out and be like, oh, well, Sinji always says this about marriage. Okay, so go check the data and see if what I'm saying is true.
Yeah, Magata girl, you have your last words. And Kay, thank you so much for being so patient. Go ahead.
I just want to say that if you desire marriage, if you desire a good marriage, then you might want to listen to people who encourage that behavior and encourage that ideal. If you want to listen to somebody who isn't married, who's a single mother, who has this already built-in antagonist against men, then
wait, no. This is not what I give you your last words to do. I don't think that, the idea, you said you weren't flexing. This feels like a flex. I don't know who you're describing now, but that feels really vindictive in a way. And that's not to say that the discussion wasn't heated. But what I'm saying is, I'm giving you your last words to sort of talk about what you promote. And also, I would offer my platform so we can have a discussion on how to find good men from your perspective.
Okay. Well, I was just saying that, it just seems like in the Black community, I've noticed that there is a building amount of anti-marriage. And all I'm saying is, if you want a good marriage, then you need to listen to people who have a good marriage and who can teach you how to have a good marriage yourself, and not listen to people who aren't um, wanting to have a good marriage, who do not want to get married, and who, are promoting single motherhood, which is not good.
Yamagata
First
girl, this is
of
what I'm
all,
gonna
when did I
do.
promote single motherhood and you haven't proven that your marriage is a happy one? I would actually speculate based on this conversation that it's not a happy one and that you're simply up here again trying to flex like a lot of married black women do. It just is what it is. That's why I roll my eyes at it because I'm like, oh, yet another black woman flexing on what I suspect is a very janky marriage, like the majority of them are.
But Yamagata girl, you will get a chance to flex because I think the people are saying it's unfair because I let Sin go off and I didn't let you go off. So here's what I propose that you and I do a live stream next Friday and we do it and you explain. I will be asking questions, but about how to be a good wife and what that means.
Okay, that sounds great.
Well, how is it unfair when I've been called bitter and told I can't get married and I'm jealous of other women who are married? It's unfair, but I'm the one really.
I never said
Anyway, this is how they do me. This is how they do me. But it's all good. This is how they do me.
Cynthia, I never called your name. You just assumed that I was referencing you, and it's because
You were just doing it in a very passive aggressive manner, but you were just being passive aggressive with it, like a lot of people do. They want to passively try to. You were throwing rocks and hiding your hands. That's what you were doing.
Me too, Cynthia. This is a rock throwing contest back and forth, But you're right. I was passive aggressive.
It's really not. It's really not because you have. It's really not because you don't really have any valid rocks to throw because you've only proven that I actually do. Well, how is it that I know more about marriage than you do, and you are married, but I know more about it than you do? So you don't have any valid rocks to throw. Everything you've said has been wrong.
You're so incredibly bitter. You know nothing. Nothing.
Bitter about what?
No man wants to deal with you.
Bitter, I think bitter is your go-to word. Did you just learn it, ma'am? Because you are using it like you just discovered the word bitter.
This is who you are to a T. You're bitter as hell. Everybody knows it.
Okay, well, can you at least tell me what I'm bitter about? Like, geez, don't just call me bitter and not tell me what am I bitter about?
Why would I waste my time? You're not gonna change. You're not gonna change.
Oh, really? So you can diagnose me but not give me the criteria? Really? You're going to diagnose me but not give me the criteria behind it, ma'am? Why am I bitter? Why do you think I'm bitter? What would I have to be bitter about?
I don't know who hurt you, honey. I don't know. But you're rhetoric about
come on now. You know why you keep saying I'm bitter? You know why? Why? You want to say it's because I'm not married, but then you'll be falling right into my point. You'll be proving my point. Really, we're in a discussion about marriage. We're in a discussion about marriage. You're married. I'm not. You keep throwing around the word bitter, but we're not supposed to conclude that it's over marriage. Girl, just go ahead and say you think I'm bitter because I'm not married. Just go ahead and say it.
Weak argument.
Okay, so then I'll ask you again. What am I bitter about? Because you keep throwing it around. So what am I bitter about?
I think you're bitter because black men have been very unloyal to you, and you wouldn't know
They've been disloyal to everybody, even other black men. That's just how they are. They've always been that way. So it's basically you saying I'm bitter over that will be saying I'm bitter because it's Friday. Lady, it's just another Friday.
They haven't been unloyal to me, but they've been unloyal to you.
Your husband is disloyal to you now. I know for a fact. You based on your attitude, he is disloyal to you. You just don't want to face the reality of it. He is. You just had that cognitive dissonance is just tearing you up. That's the problem.
You're crazy.
Okay. Well, look, I may be crazy, but the one thing I know and my gut instinct is telling me is that your husband be out there cutting up and you sitting here drowning in cognitive dissonance over it. I know when somebody triggered because they husband out in the streets. Girl, listen.
No. All right. I thought this would have stopped at some point. But this is not okay. This is the fact that we are unable to speak to each other with respect is mind-blowing to me. and I don't understand this. I do not
I've
understand.
been trying to. She keeps calling me names. I didn't come on here and call her nothing. She keeps throwing around this bitter term that she can't validate it, just like she can't validate anything she's saying about marriage.
But the idea is that we are supposed to be able to have civil discourse, and obviously I have failed, so I'll take that L. But it's odd to me that we cannot get into meaningful conversation that might be a bit rough, and we aren't able to navigate these rough waters without actually jumping overboard and dragging each other. So I don't understand this. Someone said, Themis, you're fake. That is completely fine. If you think I am fake, that is fine. I'm going to probably remove this live stream, just an FYI, because I don't think it's a great representation of the platform. I don't think it's a great representation of just how we should be engaging. I
Themis.
Yeah.
Can you just make it? Can you just make it members only? Because low key, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, and I would like to watch the playback.
Yeah, no,
So,
I can
is
make
there
it.
anybody? And I'll just get off now or retire before I completely lose my voice, because I didn't intend to come up here and get into this battle of bitterness. I guess that's not what I planned for. I just planned to come up here and see what the issue was over what I said about marriage, and this is what it turned to. But I mean,
Yeah, no,
let
I
me just
will.
go back and lay back down.
It, it will be membership only. Before you go, because you're gonna.
Yes, my daughter would like to speak. She's here, and I just want to tell Cynthia to feel better.
All right, go ahead.
About marriage. No,
I'm not sure. I don't know what y'all are talking
Okay. Just tell them about your dad.
Oh, my dad?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah. He's not a liar or a
no,
cheater.
he's not. My dad is.
Can y'all hear her? Because she's soft spoken.
Yeah.
I can hear her, but she sounds like a wonderful young lady, by the way. Thank you so much for coming on. But I believe your mother already. I believe I don't have to know your dad. I believe that your mom believes that he's a good man, and that is enough for me to be like over the moon. I hope that he is. I hope that you guys are happy. And I want to hear from you. Anything you want to say, please feel free. But I don't want you to feel like you have to defend your dad's honor. That's not I there's something fundamentally wrong in my mind about that. So I won't want you to do it, because I feel like a young lady probably have more important things to tell me than to defend their dad's honor. But how are you?
I'm fine.
Wait, how old are you? Do you mind sharing that?
I'm not going to disclose that.
All right. Are you in university?
I am. I'm working on my doctorate.
Oh, period. Come through. Wait, what is your doctorate in?
I don't want to say.
Wait, why not? No, that's great. Like, yesterday we were celebrating people
I
graduating.
saw that episode. I thought that was so wonderful. My daughters were just so excited about that because I was telling them about it, and it was like, "Oh, that's great." I said, "Themis is such a nice man."
I want to keep it that way, but today felt like I was out of control, and I don't like being out of control of this. So first, I just want to apologize to the audience. I get really awkward when things are like weird, and I want to apologize to you, and I want to apologize to Sinji. I don't. If you both feel like you have to like attack each other, that's not great. So I have failed in my responsibility here in some ways, and so apologies. But I cannot. If you, once you brought up Sinji, it was fair game for her to come up, and now I need to be better at like muting and all of that stuff. So that's my bad. Eden, welcome to the membership. But go ahead. Anything you have to say?
I just want to say that I'm really like proud of myself because it's really really hard to have a debate with Cynthia G. She's very skilled, and I'm just not. That's really not my forte. And so just to try to, I'm sure I could have done things better at certain times, but at the most part, I'm just proud of myself for standing up for what I believe in and able to hold a conversation with somebody that strong.
Yeah. No, she's definitely a skilled speaker, so that much is true. Oh, FD is here. By the way, I saw your comment, FD, about talking in the future sometimes. I don't know if you saw my response, but yes, I I would love to speak to you. But thank you, and a PhD period. I'm here for that. So thank you so much. I am still down for next weekend if you want to have the live stream. We can just do an hour segment where we discuss how Black women can pick better.
Absolutely. No problem.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. I do actually feel really bad, like actually really bad. Kay, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I totally forgot I was on here because it was such entertainment.
I was on here.
But I definitely don't think you should beat yourself up. I mean, that was kind of wild.
I'm not. I am not beating myself up. I know what I am also wrong in this interaction, so it's fine.
I get it. You're holding yourself to a standard. Very commendable. So basically, I initially wanted to come in on the vasectomy argument, but that seems like it was years ago. But I'm still going to get my piece. So I don't think men should have to get vasectomies, but I do think they should be on some form of birth control for sure. So the reason I say this is I do have male friends that kind of look at me as a little sister, so to speak, and they tell me things that, wow. So, for example, one of them has 3 children by 3 different women, and this is in the span of 8 years. He sees himself as like eligible to date still, even though he has a history of, not sticking around and creating a family dynamic. Unfortunately, I believe that that is like, I wouldn't say the norm, but it is very popular amongst the Black community. So I am all for birth control, not vasectomy, but birth control. So that is that on that. And then into the marriage thing. Woo. So just to play devil's advocate, because I am a Sinji fan, so I don't want to come across as biased. But initially I didn't think that the caller was boasting or bragging per se. I think that she was offering perspective of what she considers I guess the quiet wife, like the quiet, happy marriage that no one really gets to hear about, that's kind of swept under the rug. Where it came across as bragging was when she wasn't able to provide, like, substantial, like, criteria as to how women are supposed to, like, meet these men like her husband, if that makes sense. So it's like, you're telling us about your happy life, but you're not giving us, like, info on how to acquire said happy life. So are you just bragging or, what are you doing? So I think that's kind of where she went wrong. And as far as Cynthia saying not to get married, I don't think that's her message. From what I take, it's that she focuses majorly on Black women. And when you focus on Black women and their, position in marriage, she's right. Like the data.
You know what? I think I'm gonna leave this up. The reason is I'm gonna say this part. I cannot. I don't think my duty is quote unquote protecting people who say things on here. And I keep like at this point there is like 50 hours of stream that is missing. But I will own this. This has to be owned. I think maybe I was unfair to the lady who was up, Yamagata girl, sorry. In that like I don't interpret Sinji's message as that, like no marriage. And so maybe I wasn't as neutral as I needed to be in an effort for them to have the conversation.
So that's
Um,
why I disagree with you. I feel like you're being really hard on yourself because you try to make it more, you try to keep the logic, right? I think there was emotion on kind of both sides. I believe that you tried to keep the logic, like you steered it every single time. You feel like you're going off the track, you got it right back on.
Yeah,
So
but
you
the
made it
thing is, like, I thought it was like fun and funny for a moment, and then it was like attack, and I was like, "Oh wait, no, this is not great." And so when I'm like memeing and stuff, it's like fine, but I'm not saying this for a response. I, so even on the Discord, I think um, the oralist said this. I appreciate the need to like care for me because you think I not you specifically, Kay, but like the channel, because I do actually care for the environment that I'm trying to create. So I really do fundamentally care about it. And so reciprocating feels beautiful, but when I am saying I'm wrong, I am not doing it out of wanting to be cared for or be
or like
told.
coddled.
Yeah. So because Overlist was very right in this specific stance. She's like, if Themis said he's doing something wrong, let him like sink into that and deal with that because we don't have to
That's fair.
always. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And so
fair.
I do I appreciate that from the Overlist, but I have to put it out there now. I think it is important that I'm able to like hold myself accountable specifically for this because I need to make better content, and that is I need to be better at managing the stream and people on here. Like that is my
That's fair.
responsibility. So I'm going to take full ownership. It's fine, I think. I will leave it up. I won't private it, but I need to see it and be annoyed and then keep being better. So yeah, no,
I think overall it was a very productive conversation. It was a little bit heated and spicy, of course. That makes for great
yeah.
content though. So I don't know. But like I said, initially I don't believe the lady was intending to boast. But like Sinji said, like when you can't really come back with like, concrete evidence, if you can't fight data with, oh well I know, oh with me, you can't really fight that with that because you could be a needle in a haystack lady. You could be the exception to the rule. Meanwhile, you're talking to other people who that doesn't apply to. So I think that was the only issue. But so just a little bit, just quickly, I basically work in an industry where I'm the only like African American girl. My clientele just on average is like the middle-aged white woman. So they have been married like 1, 2, 3 times. I have a client that's been engaged 4 times. And based off their advice to me, keep in mind it's totally different cultures. I would say it's more on the lines of Sinji, which is actually kind of funny. So,
Mhm.
for example, I'm 29, and a lot of my Black counterparts want me to believe that I'm about to hit the wall, right? You hear like a lot of Black men telling Black women, like, oh, you're getting older, no one's gonna want you. Like, if you're over a certain age, then you're washed up, you've hit the wall, etc. These women literally have spent their lives, and keep in mind they're middle aged, they're not super young. They're like, you're too young to even be worried about that. You need to focus on your career, you need to focus on yourself. And these, like I said, these women are accomplished, they have great lives, they have great husbands, like they're being provided for. And it's like, they don't, our community doesn't talk about things in that way. We're still arguing about marriage itself. These women have been married, divorced, like onward to the next thing in life. So when it comes to the Black community and marriage, I personally don't think that Black women should, and I'm speaking as a Black woman, I can't speak for the community itself, but I personally don't think Black women should be chasing Black men for marriage, if marriage is indeed what they want.
All right. I appreciate
And
that.
that is that, yeah.
Sorry. Um, a headache just came on. I apologize. But thank
No,
you for
you're
the
fine. You're
share.
totally fine.
I appreciate that. Have a good night. I'm gonna
You
wrap up now.
too.
You
Bye
too. Bye.
bye.
I'm so sorry. Kay, please come back another time so we can have a conversation. I owe you that much. Take your accountability, Themis. I think you could have handled that better, and you have my grace. Thank you. That's all I ask for is some grace. I appreciate you all. Oh my God, there are super chats. My bad. Wait. All right. No, I was going to say I'm going to read the super chats that are over a certain amount. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to read all 36 of them. You guys can go through and leave if you need to. I'm going to read. Please do not send any more super chats. Thank you. I need to go to bed. All right. AJM. This may sound crazy, but condoms exist. Birth control methods exist. Feeding unprotected carnal urges and being mad when pregnancy occurs is lack of accountability, regardless if it's a man or woman. Period. Thank you, AJM. We are team against vasectomies over here. Marriage doesn't matter to children because children don't know their parents are married until they are told. They simply see mommy and daddy together. This is also true. I'm for good relationships, married or not. We don't need to be married to understand that marriage doesn't benefit Black women. I think this is probably what the critique is, because when you say marriage, I think they're thinking all marriages and not marriage generally, and specifically generally how Black women engage in marriages. Where you came up and you talked about strategic, and I think that's there is a missing in translation thing happening, because I think people who really value marriage are having an issue that you're not a marriage advocate, and they think you're going against marriages. People have eyes whether they are married or not. I agree. I don't think someone's identities necessarily exclude them from certain conversation. Drop the link so we can hear Sin. You heard Sin. I will put up the community guidelines coming next week. We will be really strict again regarding these community guidelines, and whenever there are kind of debates and semi-debates, we have to be able to hear both sides, and I dropped the ball on that, so I'll take full ownership of everything that happened on here. Yeah. Sad say Black women marry down when they marry Black men. Also, high earning Black men usually will not seek out Black women to marry. Facts or facts. It actually says not married at all, but over 100,000. You don't have to touch the stove to know it's hot. Girl, nobody care about your marriage. Some of us, oh, you guys can't, no, you guys can't be mean. One thing that I will ask for though, unless I am debating, if I'm debating, drag the person I'm debating, period. You have full autonomy to drag whoever I'm debating. Whenever two people are debating, please try to be as neutral as you can be in the chat. That is one thing that I do ask for. I'm on the floor. No, AJM, that wasn't necessarily personal. I don't know which one you were talking about. Thank you. Mute the husbandship courses. Funny they will be millionaires once one die. FDD in nursing home is on the rise. Check y'all's people. Oh, that's not good. Thank you. Working with high earning corporate men, non black, they love wives as the mom. They pick her to raise kids. They still stick beside their girlfriends, though. Not their girlfriend is different from their wife. Y'all play too much. Y'all play too much. I'm gonna have to actually ask the moderators to be more vigilant. Come next week, I will be probably increasing the number. I will probably increase the number of moderators on the channel to help with the chat. The reason I haven't increased it is like the fact that we're getting over 1,000 people live is very strange to me. And like it feels very arrogant to be like preparing for a lot of people to be in here when I know that's probably not going to always happen. So I just I like to be pleasantly surprised and not disappointed. So I prepare to come in here and have like maybe 100 people. So that's why I don't have a lot more moderators. At least moderators that don't have to come to meetings and things like that. Black male worshippers are obsessed with the idea of marriage, not the reality that we face in those marriages. You all don't have to stay. I'm just gonna. I made a plan that I will read through all of these comments, and I will. I will have to change this come next week. But I already made the thing. Yama, I agree with you, but you are very emotional. If you know that's not your marriage, babe, these words these women say should not bother you. This is bad now. Yep. Now, Themis, you know this is messy AF. Yep, I figured that out in there. Um, Here's another thing that I think people don't understand. I'm not defending myself. Please drag me. Drag me. I deserve the drag. I don't like muting people. Every single time I mute someone, it feels like a small piece of me dies. Like, I don't like muting people. It feels really disrespectful. It feels uncalled for. And I get really awkward because I don't know. If I've muted you more than once, like, I'm literally up here doing a bunch of other stuff because, like, I don't feel like I should be muting people. As a general matter, I will do it, but it kills me. No sin is correct about married men and single women. I know because I'm a single woman and married men approach me all the time. I'm married to a black man and have many black women married women as friends. Sin is right. Yes, sin. Demas, this lady is not yet. Oh, no, that's mean. 100% agree. Marry for money and stability first. No, I don't think money should come at a cost. Like, even if you're marrying for money, he should also have the other qualities. Please, no more super chats. Like, please. Yamagata girl, you said you married potential. That doesn't always work out well. This is true. Miss Jackson was out here defending her bet. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not taking this lady seriously. Wow, Shade Throne, does her husband have a date tonight? No. Wait, you guys are actually. So I understand why like people are like really afraid to come on now. You guys are ruthless. I probably added to that culture and I apologize. Oh, Themis, you're doing great. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Finn, get her. Oh, this is not okay. I don't know what I did to foster this environment, but why isn't this happily married woman doing something better with her? She's watching me. There's nothing better to do. I'm entertaining and fun. I am the only exception. Let's go. Oh my God. I'm okay with y'all dragging me, but don't drag other people. Whatever y'all want to do, drag someone, just aim that smoke at me. I can take it. I feel like this is inappropriate. I don't know which part, but I appreciate that. It was inappropriate for me too. Welcome to the membership, Landon Turner. She just begged her daughter to co-sign her husband's. No. I don't want. I like leaving children out of it. They're asking why am I acting new? I didn't know you guys were this ready to drag. Having your daughter come to prove. No. Thank you though, but I will please. I realize by saying I'm going to make this membership only, people are going to sign up for members. I'm not. It's open, and if you sign up for the membership, please let me know if it's if you signed up for membership because you want certain videos and it did like email me or message me. That's better. Like I'm willing to like don't sign up for membership for like to get a video. Like do it to support, but sorry, I'm weirded out right now and I don't like it. I'm smiling because it's weird. Enjoy the salad, period. Love First, welcome to the membership. Kayana, welcome to the membership. I appreciate you guys, and I made it all the way to the end. Woo! Someone said, Themis is very fake. I don't know why you would think I'm very fake, but I told you this very thing. Let me say it again. I don't think I am a good person. I try to be a good person. Whatever I do, you can analyze it and do whatever you want with it. It is okay. I promise you it's not going to bother me one bit. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you guys. I will have a membership fund for the book club for those who cannot afford to be a part of the book club. I will announce that sometime next week, and I will put that out for you guys to have that access. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I appreciate you guys so much. Don't sign up for the membership for this video. The video will be available. I spoke too early when I said I was going to private it. I'm not. It's okay. It will be here. Have a good one. Bye.